hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Welcome to the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Tom Hazelby sitting in for Dawn this New Year's Eve day. I'm going to give you a little bit of background what I have in store for you over the next couple hours. Obviously, we're going to do politics because that's what we do here, and there's a couple of things out there that I definitely have to address. But I'll give you an idea of, not an idea. I'm going to tell you exactly who we're going to have on. In this hour, I'm going to have Julie Myers on. She was the coach at the University of Virginia. She was also a player there. She's a Philly girl, outstanding lacrosse player. And now she runs a nonprofit called the One Love Foundation. But it came out of a horrible tragedy, murder of one of her players back at University of Virginia. And she was actually murdered by her boyfriend, who was a men's lacrosse player. It's a terrible story, but out of that terrible story came the One Love Foundation. And we're going to talk about her foundation. We're going to talk to her. She's Philly. She was a lacrosse star, and she won a national championship in lacrosse, not only as a woman, in the women's lacrosse, not only as a player, but as a coach. And I think that and we're going to talk about the One Love Foundation. It's that time of year. Still time you can make a donation because it's before the 1st. You can still get your donations in. But anyway, it's a great foundation. I want to talk about it because it's a very complicated issue, and we're going to get to that in the around 10:15, 10:20. My next guest in the second hour is Nick Alverson. He's a student at Gettysburg College. It's actually my alma mater. And they've had a couple of these woke incidents over the years, like a lot of these northeastern liberal elite colleges. They all seem to be selling the same thing. But he had an incident when he brought in a speaker, and we've seen this before, where you bring in a conservative speaker and it gets disrupted. But his event was disrupted by the chaplain or the spiritual advisor of the school. And it was, it's an interesting story, and we're going to talk about where all these schools are going. And believe me, Gettysburg was a great place. I went there. It had a lot to do with my own trajectory in life. So we're going to have those two guests today, and I think you'll find it interesting. One thing I wanted to bring up before we got the guest on, and that's going to be after the commercial break. There's a guy named Josh Gerstein. So now we're going to get into the politics because this is where we live here, and it's what I love to talk about. Josh Gerstein is a senior legal affairs reporter for Politico, and Politico definitely leans left. It is Washington D.C. based online news platform. It definitely leans left. They try to say they run it down the middle. I don't believe that. I don't think anyone believes that if they're paying attention. He put out a post, which I found, 10, 20 years ago, he would have been fired for it. He put out a post on X, and it was about Nick, Nick Surly. Anyway, he's Nick Shirley. He's doing the reporting. He's a young kid. He's 23. He's an investigative reporter doing it on his own. He was out with some guy, David. They're knocking on doors. They're digging into the Somalian scam that was going on in Minneapolis with all the children that are not at these daycare centers. And these schools or these daycare centers are getting paid millions of dollars. And here's this kid. It's not CBS News. It's not 60 Minutes, ABC, NBC. This is an independent YouTuber doing his own investigations, and he's coming up with another scam out there in Minneapolis. And this guy, Josh Gerstein, who's the senior legal advisor or the senior legal affairs reporter for Politico, this is what he posts on X. At some point, the amateur effort to knock on doors of home daycare intersects with a robust stand your ground laws. What is a senior legals affair reporter putting that up on X? Basically saying that, hey, kid, when you're doing your investigative reporting for YouTube about the scams that are going on in Minnesota, when you go knock on one of these commercial doors, some of these are in private homes or whatever, like, hey, you might get shot because of stand your ground. From what I understand, Minneapolis doesn't have a stand your ground rule. So this guy is really going out on a limb here to talk about, to post something like that on X. This guy, Nick Shirley, should be getting a Pulitzer Prize. And here you got an elite. This guy's a Harvard guy, grew up in one of the wealthiest towns in America, in Massachusetts. And here he's kind of promoting. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't want to, allegedly, I'll say. I don't know what his goal was by bringing up Stand Your Ground while Nick Shirley is going out and investigating. And he is knocking on doors. And these people are shutting the doors, and there are no kids in these Minneapolis facilities that are supposed to be under child care, and they're getting a couple of $1 million a year. And I want to read the quote again. And the guy's name, if you want to go look it up, he hasn't, as of late last night, he hasn't taken the post down. His name is Josh Gerstein. He's the senior legals affair reporter for Politico. And here it is again. At some point, the amateur effort to knock on doors of a home daycare intersects with a robust stand your ground laws. Now, why him being knocking on doors? Why you would bring up this? This is such a reach. This guy is really reaching here. So like my question is, what are his motivations for doing that? Is he upset that here you have these kind of, civilian reporters doing the real jobs that a guy like Politico or someone on his staff would do? Is he jealous? Because it's kind of dangerous rhetoric to say, like, hey, they could use the stand your ground rule and, put hot lead in you. I don't know. Maybe Josh, I'm sure he leans left. They actually, you read the media that Politico cuts it straight down the middle. I doubt it. I'm sure he's anti-Trump. He's anti-MAGA. That's my assumption. But maybe these people are just really upset that they're being exposed out there in Minneapolis, and they don't got, like Nick Shirley, these civilian reporters going out there and exposing all this. That's all I can think. Is it competitive career jealousy? Is it because he's exposing the Democrats who are very supported by Politico? That's my opinion. They say they cut it down the middle, as I said. At best, this guy is a reckless journalist, and I would think Politico, the senior legals affair, he's their senior legals affair reporter. I would think that they would either have him take that down, because they're all about promoting, you can't promote violence or whatever. And he's like putting it out there that, stand your ground, shoot someone if you come to your door. Believe me, if Miranda Devine at the New York Post, if she said something that was similar to what Gerstein just said, and she would be in a lot of trouble. There would be outrage across the media. And Miranda Devine is a writer from the New York Post. She's definitely on the right, far right. She's MAGA. But if she ever put out a post like that, tied into like kind of a violent reaction, a stand your ground, believe me, all the media, everybody would be lecturing the right every day, how unnecessary that is. She needs to lose her job. And do I think this guy should lose his job? Probably not. Do I think he should take down the Post and say, yeah, bad timing, I don't know, make up something. Everyone the guy writes for Politico. I'm sure he could write his way out of it and move on. But he seems to be making excuses. Like he was just making a neutral observation. That's kind of what he's going with. But I would go look at it because he's getting creamed on X. Getting creamed. And Nick Shirley's doing a bang-up job. There's no doubt about it, exposing another scam in Minneapolis. I'm going to go deeper on that tomorrow because Omar's husband, her third husband, I don't know. I can't count her husbands. I think it's her third husband, and then you got the brother in there. But anyway, her husband has gotten awfully rich lately, and I'm going to take you through his resume and career. And we're going to kind of review how this guy got so rich in the last couple of years. And we're going to figure that out. Another subject. Oh, you know what? I'll lighten it up a little bit before we do our interview after the break at 10:15. I found this fascinating that there was $400,000 worth of lobster stolen that was headed to Costco. So what you have here is you have a lot of truckers who use brokers, and where trucking companies bid on the freight, like meaning, yeah, we'll take it from point A to point B, and you have $400,000 worth of lobster, but it weighs X amount. I don't know how much $4,000 worth of lobster weighs, but anyway, people bid on it. So what's going on out there is there's these fake truck companies. They have burner phones, they have fake websites, they have fake federal tax ID numbers. And what they do is they low bid to get the freight that they're going to deliver it for you. And the broker is brokering it for their clients, which could be Costco or the lobster guy. So anyway, these guys make up these little fake companies, and it's a scam. And basically what they do is they low bid it, then they go pick up the freight, and they never deliver it. They keep it. So Costco lost $400,000 worth of lobster. And this is something that's been going on in the trucking industry now, which is another scam. Now, and I'm not blaming the Somalians. I do not know if they're involved in this, but they might be. They're pretty smart at ripping people off. So they could be involved in these lobster heists. But this goes on not only with lobster, it goes on with a lot of different things. I'm just not sure how you get rid of, if you had cars or you had televisions, flat screens, I could see getting rid of them. But lobster only has a shelf life. So, but obviously they probably had some restaurants and they take them into certain neighborhoods and they unload the freight and they make the profit. So I thought that's an interesting story. It's another scam that's going around. And I'm sure there's a lot of that going on out there with all these trucking things. And technology makes a lot of these scams a lot easier. Here's another thing I found interesting about lobster. Lobster is now extravagant, like people eating lobster or whatever. But like in the early 1900s, late 1800s, only the poor people ate lobster because it would wash up in New England in piles of lobster. So working class poor people used to eat a lot of lobster. And the rich people up in New England would stick their nose up and say, I would never eat that. You're eating the bottom of the ocean. It's the worst thing to eat. But what happened, and this is my little lobster story. Trains came into existence and people started traveling and vacationing and they had tourism. So tourists from New York City or different down south, Virginia, they'd go up to beautiful New England in the summer, and they didn't know like the snobbery of not eating lobster. The local rich people did, but the rich tourists coming in from different parts of the country didn't. So they came in, they started eating the lobster, and they're like, wow, this tastes great. I love it. And then from that point on, the culture changed. The rich people started eating lobster. So it kind of flipped it on its head, where it was, it was lowbrow to eat lobster. Then some tourists come in, different rich people from outside the New England rich people, and they changed the whole game on lobster. So I thought that was something I wanted to update you with. And maybe I can get this in before the break. It's about that infrastructure bill. And I just want to tell you something. It was like $46 billion to build broadband. And I was in that business for 20 years. I built a broadband business, and we put broadband in very difficult spots. So Biden's broadband was a $46 billion boondoggle. They didn't put in any connectivity anywhere. Basically, the money is all gone to government bureaucrats writing planning, plans, designs, and then they give it to subcontractors to go out and do site surveys. And the truth is, Elon Musk and 5G have figured out how to get broadband into rural areas. And I can go on about how there's other ways to do it too. But your taxpayer, that $46 billion, Trump is trying to claw it back. It's a total scam. It's similar to what the Somalians have done in Minneapolis, but this is a different type of scam. This is a scam where government contractors and bureaucrats get all this funding to push papers around, do site surveys. They don't deliver any connectivity whatsoever, and it's $46 billion. And I am comparing it to what you're seeing these truckers do with the lobster, stealing the lobster, and what's going on with the ripoff going on in Minneapolis with the child care, with the autism, obviously Medicaid and Medicare. These frauds are not just limited to refugees or gangs that are stealing freight. Your government does it in a much bigger and more powerful way, and that broadband in the infrastructure bill, $46 billion, was a total scam. Total scam. Hopefully they'll be able to get it back, but it's hard once Congress passes it and Trump has his work cut out for him. We're going to take a break, and we're going to be back with Julie Myers and talk about the One Love Foundation.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming? Listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, welcome back to the Dawn Stensland Show. Tom Hazelby sitting in for Dawn today. You know what? I was amiss not to tell you who my producers are today. I got Kirk Corliss and Jim Kelly. How are you, men? I can't believe I didn't open up with you guys. That's how I like to do it. But anyway, thanks for getting things done for me this morning. I appreciate it. I want to just give a little background on my next guest. Coach Myers, Coach Julie Myers, was the coach at UVA, I think over 2 decades. She was also a lacrosse player there. And not only, this is what I find amazing, she won a national championship as a player and as a coach. And let me tell you, women's lacrosse at that level is one competitive sport. Believe me. Making it all the way to the top, not only as a player and as a coach, is really amazing. But Julie today is the CEO of the One Love Foundation, and I just want to give you a little background before I bring her on. Yardley Love, that's who the foundation is named after. I think her family started it, and Julie will tell us more about it. But Yardley Love was murdered in 2010 by her ex-boyfriend, who was a University of Virginia men's lacrosse player. She died from head trauma. She was murdered. And believe me, the community, the family, obviously, their world was blown up. And as the coach of Virginia at the time, Julie Myers, all that she was standing, if ground zero was the family, Coach Myers was standing right next to it. Losing a player and losing it to who was murdered by another player from the men's team, I can't imagine the pain, and just it was a horrific event. And I want to talk to the coach how she got through that, how she got her team through it, how she got her community through it. And then we're going to talk about the One Love Foundation, because Julie is now the CEO, and that comes out of Yardley Love's murder. And what the One Love Foundation is doing and working on trying to prevent things like that from ever happening again. And I want to welcome Coach Julie Myers to 1210 WPHT. Are you there, Julie?
Hey, Tom, I'm here.
Hey, it's great to have you. I wanted to kind of give the tough part of the story, get it out there. If there's anything you want to add to that, is fine. But you know what? You know what I want to do, because you're a Philly girl. You're born and raised here, correct?
Yes. Well, born in Massachusetts, but really grew up and raised in Philadelphia, right outside in Bryn Mawr.
Yeah, you're in Bryn Mawr. And you went, I guess, did you go to Harridan High School?
I did go to Harriton. I went to Episcopal for middle school, but I was one of the first classes with girls, so there weren't enough teams for me, honestly, at Episcopal. So I was playing on a lot of the guys' teams, and I realized by 8th grade that puberty was gonna do me in.
Right.
Was not going to be able to compete at that level, and I loved team sports, so I switched over to Harriton in 9th grade and graduated from Harriton. And then you were right. I came to Virginia. I played field hockey and lacrosse here, met your brother, Bob.
Right.
Had some great times, great teams, and then really just kind of stuck around in Charlottesville for a long time, coached for 31 years, which is kind of crazy.
That's unbelievable.
But obviously, it was amazing. I mean, if you told me in high school when I was, getting dropped off for preseason and for field hockey, if you told me you were going to call Charlottesville home and you were going to stay a part of these unbelievable programs at just an incredible university, I would have said there's no way. I don't know what I could ever do to deserve that, but I'm certainly proud and very grateful to the university for the opportunities that I was able to really thrive with and enjoy.
Well, what I like about it too, I wanted to let the Philadelphia audience know that you're local. You were a star high school player, and then went on to have that big career as a player at UVA, and then you had a big career as a coach. And during that time, this is when Yardley Love lost her life. That tragedy.
Yep.
Why don't you tell us, at that time, and believe me, I know this is heartbreaking, but I would think as the coach, I mean, so much had to fall onto your lap in the UVA community. How'd you coach yourself up to deal with that?
Oh, I mean, there's really no playbook for that.
No.
And it's a spot that you couldn't even imagine being in. I would say, profound loss. I was probably 15 years into my coaching career at the point, 13 years or so. I was really glad I had some experience and had built some relationships at the university level, but also obviously with my players and their families.
Yeah.
If I was any younger, I think it would have been even more impossible. But the university, the dean of students, they really did step up. They really did try to protect us and guide us as best they could. I remember people saying, time will help. And what I came to realize was time does help if you use it wisely, if you use it to try to heal and try to, you can never really make sense of profound loss like that. We were all shocked and startled, obviously. But when I pulled the team together that morning, it was Monday morning, May 3rd. I got the phone call at about 5:45 in the morning, and I was emptying my dishwasher with my middle son, who was then in kindergarten. And the phone rang, and Timmy looked at me and he's like, "Well, Mom, that's a funny time for a phone call." And I said, "You're right, Timmy. I hope everybody is okay, but never could I have ever imagined, what the news I was about to learn."
Yeah.
So from that moment on, early in the morning, it was really kind of a helter skelter a little bit. Like it was, this has just happened. I need to come. I needed to get to the lawn, which is over at the university, which is where the police were.
Yep.
As well as some of my support systems. I needed to get there quickly, but I have 3 young kids. They're all in elementary school. I have to get them to school, but obviously, on Monday, May 3rd, I didn't get them to school. I had to call their dad, my ex-husband, to come and kind of step in.
Right.
But that morning when I then couldn't say anything to my players and my coaches yet until really her abusive ex-boyfriend was arrested. We couldn't let the news leak before they had him in custody, just as a starting point. They didn't know for sure that it was him that had done it.
Right.
But they certainly wanted to start to talk to him first. And clearly the first person they talked to was the last person they needed to. But it was a couple of hours where they were trying to locate him and trying to just get all their ducks in a row before the police knocked on his door. They did find him in his apartment, which was right across the parking lot from where Yardley had lived. But those couple of hours were, the heaviest, the slowest, the most unimaginable hours. But I can tell you when the team got to me over at the lawn, I had to call them all. I said, something has happened. I need to pull all of you together. A lot of kids had papers, they had exams. We were in our final days of classes. And they were like, "Well, we have this test, we have this commitment, we have this presentation." I said, you don't have to worry about any of that today. I just need you to come over. Every single player, when I had told them that Yardley had lost her life, they cried his name and just this guttural cry. So we were shocked and horrified. But if it were to happen, I think people in hindsight saw enough of what was unfolding over the last several months that if somebody had beaten Yardley up, they all pointed to his name, which was just kind of scarred into my memory and into the pit of my stomach. But truthfully, when the police asked me if I knew anyone that would want to hurt her, I did. I said, I don't want to say a name because I don't want to, I have no idea. I'm home sleeping with my kids. I have no idea who could ever want to hurt Yards. But if you loved her, you couldn't imagine hurting her.
Yeah.
But they did ask me for a name, and it was the same name that everybody cried when they learned that had happened. So,
and that's even more painful, like in the sense that people knew this might be coming. But I want to say something to people who haven't played in athletics at a certain level or at a higher level. As a coach with all those young girls, you're not only coaching them to play a game and win games in lacrosse, you're dealing with what they're dealing with in life, and they kind of look to the coach, meaning they could be struggling in school. Their parents could be getting divorced. A lot of people don't know what a figure a coach is. And I can only imagine as the coach and all those young women who just lost a teammate, a friend, and man, they're looking at you like, wow, like what do we do now? So what a responsibility you had to take. We're gonna, Julie, if you don't mind, I wanna hold you over through the commercial break because now I want to talk about what you're doing now as the CEO of the One Love Foundation, which was really built by, I think, Yardley Love's family, to kind of try to educate and prevent things like this from happening. Can you hold with me until we come back from the break?
That sounds great. Thanks.
We'll be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
A dry or quiet promotion is where you get a new title and new job responsibilities without a bump in pay. Jason Wachtel of J.W. Michaels & Company says it can be a good thing.
The more valuable you are to the client, the better job security you can have.
You should eventually have the conversation about compensation, and if your employer doesn't give you a raise, another company will.
Because they didn't take care of their star employee when they had a chance to.
I'm Rob Hart.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Tom Aisleby sitting in for Dawn Stenslin at 1210 WPHT here in Philadelphia. I'm speaking with my guests, Coach Julie Myers, and if you're just tuning in right now, Coach Julie Myers, longtime successful Virginia lacrosse coach. One of her players was murdered back in 2010, killed by her boyfriend in an abusive relationship. She was murdered by him, and Coach Myers is now, that tragedy, that terrible murder, that event, Julie Myers has now become the CEO of the One Love Foundation. And Julie, why don't you kind of frame out the One Love Foundation for our listeners?
Yeah, and Tom, you've hit a lot of it. Sharon Love and Lexi Love are Yardley's mom and sister. Her dad actually had passed while she was in high school to cancer. But Sharon Love and Lexi Love, we were all stunned and shocked that relationship abuse could ever escalate to domestic violence and death, and especially in college, especially in the lacrosse world, especially at Virginia. Like, there were so many different levels of like, wait, this happens and it happens here, and how do we, if we didn't know what was going on, imagine how many people have no idea what warning signs look like, what's really important to know how to talk about. So following the Mothers Against Drunk Driving model, Sharon Love actually spoke to a couple of the founding moms for that. They said, you need to normalize the conversation. You need to bring it to light, and you need to start. It needs to be prevention education. And so really using the Mothers Against Drunk Driving and a lot of research. Sharon Love set out to learn more about the rates of domestic violence, the prevalence of it, the most vulnerable age group, which is shocking, but at 16 to 24, you're actually 3 times more at risk than at any other point of your life. Here we're teaching kids how to apply to college, drive a car, make the high school team, and how to manage like the obvious things. But really what they're really struggling with is how do you manage relationships and relationship health, and what behaviors should you be paying attention to, and what patterns do you need to look for? And really, how do you talk about it? How do you take the keys away? How do you bring awareness and education and really usable ways? But what Sharon wanted to do was, not just, of course we want to end domestic violence, but we didn't want to be there just at the end to say, okay, now you're in an abusive relationship, and now here are these hotlines to call and these agencies, which thank God that there are so many that can really step in and help. Sharon and Lexi really wanted to go back to the very beginning. How do we help kids, both, everybody understand what are healthy behaviors, what are unhealthy behaviors, what do they look like, how do they make you feel, how do you put it into a normal conversation or into a sentence? How do parents help their kids? How do coaches, teachers be part of this village that our youth rely on? How do you help a friend? Like, how do you really just thrive in your relationships? Because relationship health is going to be your biggest indicator of success. It's going to either stunt your growth in life in terms of being successful and happy and healthy, or it's going to lift you. And so really we went to prevention education. We work with 11 to 24-year-olds. We talk to the younger kids mostly about like, hey, these are the healthy behaviors. This is what they look like. This is where you see them, and this is how you talk about it. As kids get older, 11 goes to 12, 13, 14, now we're going to start talking a little bit more about intimate partners and maybe some of the unhealthy behaviors that you need to pay attention to and be accountable for. The beauty of what we're doing is we're helping both hopefully getting rid of the abuser as much as, the only way to really not have kids left to be abused is to really end the abusive behaviors.
Yeah.
Really calling that to light. So really helping kids understand, what I've seen at home or what I've seen on shows or in my music or what I'm watching, maybe that isn't healthy. In fact, 26% of kids before they're 18 have seen some form of domestic violence or physical abuse at home. And so really, if kids learn that love is a physical and it's abusive and it's aggressive, they're going to pay that forward more often than not. So what we're trying to do is go back to the beginning and identify it not as normal or what you see or that's what happens, in my community or in my home. But let's go back to, is it healthy or is it unhealthy? How does it make you feel? Does it make you feel like you could do anything in the world, or does it make you feel scared? Does it make you feel unsettled? Does it make you feel, like you don't know what's going to happen next? Really trying to focus on the behaviors to the emotions that they evoke is going to be really, really important. So 11 to 24, we're all about prevention education. We're super grateful that there are resources and groups that can help receive the victims and the families that are impacted at the end. But what we're trying to do is limit how many people need those services at the end. Right now, those services are all overwhelmed. There's waiting lists in many cities to being able to get some help. So what we're trying to do is help the end game by really limiting how many people need those services, as they mature through life. It's pretty amazing.
I have a question. You brought up something which kind of I find interesting, that the abuse happens in between the ages of 16 to 24, and I'm thinking of young males in that age bracket, and that goes into what Yardley Love's situation in college, like that, where young men are having a tough time. Because there is a stage, I think, for young men, being a young man at one time and seeing other friends, that those initial kind of romantic connections, the wires can get frayed a little bit. Especially for males in that time frame. And I've seen it, and I've never had any. I'm wondering, does the One Love Foundation kind of address that kind of? There's a lot of testosterone. There's your brain is not fully matured as a male, and I'm wondering, is there a focus on that when you're having these kind of what I'd call a clinic? And I'm going to ask you about what do they operationally look like, but maybe you can just address that statistic with the 16 to 24-year-olds, and it's primarily I'm thinking with males, less with females.
Well, you'd be shocked. Now, certainly the physical abuse it falls more on the women in terms of being abused. But women, over 1 in 4 men will be in an abusive relationship. Now, typically that's going to be emotional abuse if it's given, if it goes from the woman to the man. Men can be emotional and more physical. So, when you look at women who are killed in America, and it's actually worse. We're in countries that don't have divorce, the statistics are even worse. But over half the women killed in America are killed by a partner. Wow. Which is shocking. Yeah. So domestic violence does not have a happy ending for way too many people. Right. It actually never has a happy ending because it's a horrible experience. But what we don't single out the men and say, hey, these are your brain's not developed and whatnot. But what we do is we start having conversations with 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. We work with schools, teams, community-based organizations. We work, in any group. It could be a Sunday school group. It could be a synagogue group. It could be any group where young people are present. And we train trainers. We train the leaders, the teachers, the coaches, counselors, even peers. By the time you're in high school, we can train a high school student to being able to host one of our workshops where you bring, a film in, and it could be anywhere from a 30-second film to a 45-minute film. But you talk about the behaviors you noticed in the film, and you don't talk about your own life necessarily, but you talk about the characters that you've seen or the messaging you've seen in these films. And the conversation is where the kids learn how to use the language, how to have the conversation, and you also realize what some people are horrified by. other people didn't even think that was a big deal, but they may have noticed a different behavior. So even abuse is in the eye of the beholder at some level. Although we do identify these 10 healthy behaviors and 10 unhealthy behaviors, and really trying to focus all of the kids and what they're seeing in that framework, so that they can learn how to talk about it. They can learn how to be accountable to behaviors that they're bringing, to being able to talk about behaviors that maybe they're experiencing or feeling, but really just trying to normalize the conversation. And in October, we launched Trusted Adult Content. So what we really did is we didn't change the target group of our evidence-based research. It's still 11 to 24, but now we're working a little bit more with the parents and the caregivers, the educators and the coaches, so that they're part of the village that our young people look to. And we are now in a position that we can be more helpful instead of not knowing what to do next. Certainly if Yardley had come to me in 2009, even fall of 2010, even right before, I'm not so sure I would have understood how I could help.
Yeah.
I would have gone to resources. I would have said, well, let's go talk to the dean of students. But honestly, I probably didn't understand all that she had been experiencing. This was not one bad night. This was escalating over time. It was, there were so many different warning signs that we missed. Strangulation, which I know right now is in the news at the NFL level, but strangulation, you're 700% more likely to die at those hands if somebody's going to put their hands around your neck. I had no idea.
Yeah.
It turns out her abusive ex-boyfriend had actually put his hands around her neck because, another gentleman came to visit her, and he just couldn't even understand, what life looks like that. So strangulation and stalking are two really important things to pay attention to, because your odds of dying by that person's hands are off the charts.
I would even think with some of these clinics and even if the kids or younger people, I would say, are not going to be prone to violence, but even by going through the One Love Foundation, some of the things you're doing, it probably just gives them a better knowledge of how to have a good relationship too.
Absolutely.
They take that away from it.
Absolutely. And when we talk to young kids, I talk to teams all the time. We talk to them about this. Everyone has a lot of relationships. We're trying to end intimate partner and domestic violence for sure. But if we're going to actually end that and be preventative in that space, we have to teach kids how to have healthy relationships across the board with teammates, with classmates, with coworkers, with family members. The healthier your relationships are across the board, logic and science shows that your intimate partner relationships will also be healthier and safer. And again, I had mentioned earlier, if you want to truly be happy and thrive in life, it is based on the health of your relationships that you hold. It is not necessarily the job or your bank account or where you live or your house or how many kids you have. It is really how healthy are your relationships, and not just the one with your partner, but all of your relationships. So kind of the beauty of what we do is we actually help kids thrive in life through just being more aware and paying more attention to the behaviors that they bring to a relationship and what they're experiencing. But then really, talking about it. Again, I go back to Mothers Against Drunk Driving and really how they were able to curb so much. I know growing up in Philadelphia, I definitely rolled the dice, and I definitely got home sometimes. I'm like, thank God I made it home.
Yeah, no,
was really dangerous.
Well, that has changed. I see it with my young kids, college. They're very conscious of it, which is really good. We're coming up on a break. Coach Julie Myers, where can people learn more about the One Love Foundation and maybe even donate to this foundation since you're doing great work? Where would they reach you?
I love it, Tom. Joinonelove.org. So it's spelled all the way out. Again, joinonelove.org. We are a national nonprofit. Everything we've done is researched and evidence-based. All of our content is free and accessible 24/7. Again, we train trainers remotely and asynchronously on our website to being able to have these conversations with whatever group of youth, 11 to 24, that they surround themselves with or that they are planted in with. So, all of what we do is free and accessible, which is really critically important, because Sharon Love didn't want any barriers to learning this. But we are reliant on donations on, different foundations and orgs, some corporate sponsors here and there, and then really just the generosity of people who understand to end relationship abuse and domestic violence. It starts with prevention work, and we are the leaders in this space, and we're national, we're everywhere. So it's pretty impactful, and it's something that, I said earlier, I was so proud of being a coach and so grateful for that opportunity. I am equally as proud and just blown away by my opportunity to be able to share some of the life's hardest lessons in really important and impactful ways. So just super proud.
Coach Julie Myers, thank you very much. A great player, great coach, and now doing great things as the CEO of the One Love Foundation. We're going to go to break. You got the information. If you can help the One Love Foundation, please do it.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning and the all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split that Marvin E. Cann's installed in our lower level office. This ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, oh, what a game changer. Larry and I spend so much time in our lower level office, and this Mitsubishi Electric ductless unit is keeping us so nice and toasty in this winter weather. Visit my guys, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
New Year's Eve, I hope you all have big plans. I do not, because I got to get up early and do the Kale and Company show, so I will be in bed nice and early. Hopefully the fireworks don't keep me up all night. I think that happened last year. But that Yardley love story is a really tough story. If you go into it and read more about it, the poor young woman died horrific. It was a horrific murder. Beyond the tragedy, it was a murder. The young man who did it, who was a men's lacrosse player, he is still in jail. I guess he's got to be, based on 2010, he's 22 when that happens. I think he's probably 37 or 38 years old. He is up. I think he could be getting out in 2030. But wow, he blew up a young life. Obviously, when you got everything going for you, I mean, you're playing D1 lacrosse at one of the most prestigious schools in the country, UVA, beautiful campus, Thomas Jefferson, and then you commit a horrific crime like that, and then all those years he's been sitting in a prison cell, and that poor girl is gone, and she's not coming back, but with our justice system, he'll probably get another shot at life. I'm not going to make a comment on that. But wow, what a terrible thing. But the UVA coach, Julie Myers, is doing some good work. And wow, what an athlete and what a coach too. So that's another part of the story. But I actually think, all right. You know what? We got a little bit of time left, but I'm going to jump into something really quick. Politics. Let's get back to the politics. The Trump and Netanyahu meeting. These guys just got together, and I'm going to play a clip of what Trump's going to say about Iran. Kirk, if we got that clip, let's bring it up.
Can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu and how important it is for you to see him be pardoned by the Israeli president?
Look, he's a wartime prime minister. He's done a phenomenal job. He's taken Israel through a very dangerous period of trauma. Israel, with other people, might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth. That's a pretty big statement, but it's true. I feel that. You had the wrong prime minister. Israel right now would not exist because they were met with a force the likes of which very few countries could have handled, and we worked together, and we were extremely victorious, to put it mildly. Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening. I heard Iran wants to make a deal. If they want to make a deal, that's much smarter. You know, they could have made a deal the last time before we went through, a big attack on them, and they decided not to make the deal. They wish they made that deal. So,
all right, I think we got it there. So, you know what? I love the way, listen, Trump is very predictable, his negotiation skill. So basically is, I'm going to kick the crap out of Iran if they start any nonsense, but I'd rather do a deal. And then he said, I tried to do a deal before, but I had to kick the crap out of them by sending over the bombers to blow up their nuclear reactors. But let me tell you, I like the way he handles things. And I think we got music coming in here, Kirk. Oh, I thought it was 10:50. It's 10:55. I'm going. I'm going to talk more about this when we get back. I thought I had a couple minutes to get this out, but I'm going to talk about Trump and Iran right when we get back after this break.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM. New Year's Eve celebrations in Philadelphia include an LL Cool J concert on the Parkway, followed by fireworks. There are also 2 fireworks shows over the Delaware. Sixers rookie VJ Edgecombe drills a game-winning 3 in Memphis, and the Flyers win in Vancouver.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Hi, I'm Judith Light. So there you are. It's flu season, and you're over 65 like me. You're having another busy year. So much to do, so many roles in life to play. But you feel like you might be forgetting something serious. Your annual flu shot. And before you know it, it's too late. It's not just the aches, fever, and chills that last for days and days. The flu can be life-threatening, especially if you have chronic conditions like diabetes and heart disease, which can worsen with the flu. Being active and healthy alone won't protect you. The immune system weakens with age, making you more susceptible to the flu. If you're over 65, ask about your vaccine options, including one made specifically for us. An annual flu shot is the best way to help keep the flu away. Visit the National Council on Aging at ncoa.org/flu to learn more and talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccine options for people 65 and older. Again, that's ncoa.org/flu.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is Tom Hazelby in for Dawn Stensland in Philadelphia on 1210 WPHT here in, I just told you, here in Philadelphia. Before we went to break there, I was talking about Trump and the Netanyahu meeting, and basically Trump's warning Iran, rear your ugly head. I'm not sending in land forces in another war. He's gonna, just use strategic strikes to keep these guys in line. Two things you do with people that are a problem, like Iran. You contain them or you eradicate them. And eradicating, no one is doing that anymore. That's like old school World War II, World War I, dropping atomic bombs and stuff. But Trump has done a great job with Netanyahu as his partner. And I know there's a lot of people out there that would love to see Netanyahu and Trump have a big a falling out. I mean, and there's people on the right that are rooting for it, and I really don't get it. That's a subject for another day. But I like Bibi Netanyahu. I like that guy walks the talk. He's actually been wounded in combat, and his brother, by the way, a lot of people don't know, was the lead guy in the door on the raid on Entebbe, and he died. He was the commander on the raid on Entebbe. I think they made a famous movie about it. But anyway, those two guys, Netanyahu and President Trump, work well together, I think, taking on our enemies in that area of the world, who are very, very dangerous. All right, the next part, my next interview is going to be with Nick Alverson. He's a Gettysburg College student, and he's the vice chairman of Young Americans for Freedom. And I want to just give you a little bit of background on that. Young Americans for Freedom. This was formed in 1960. I wasn't that familiar with it. I wasn't familiar with the organization, but it was Bill Buckley helped to build it, I heard. And this was in 1960. He kind of, I don't know if he did some funding or he organized the first event at some farmhouse. I don't know all the details to it, but this organization has been around a long time, since 1960. It has 500 chapters. It's refreshing to hear that on some of these college campuses, we have Young Americans for Freedom. Obviously, they come from the right. That means they're probably constitutionalists, free speech, right to bear arms, all the traditional stuff. But it's good to hear that young people are still organizing together because, you thought that all went away. And the only one on the campuses were the environmentalists, the racial rights, the LGBTQT, all the, the left-wing movements. But it's very refreshing that my guest that's coming up is leading an organization out at my alma mater, Gettysburg College, which in recent years has made the news quite more than I would like because the place is dear to my heart. I actually believe it put me where I am in life. But like a lot of these small liberal arts colleges, and I'm not targeting Gettysburg specifically, a lot of these small liberal Northeast colleges, especially what I would call I'll just talk about the Centennial Conference. That's like Dickinson, F&M, Ursinus, McDaniels, Swarthmore. They all seem to be marketing the same thing, and it's a very what would be the marketing packaging is very left. It's all the buzzwords that the left is promoting, and that seems to be their marketing packages. And I have kids of college age, and I've traveled around to other colleges, not just in the Centennial Conference, other universities, where they all seem to be preaching the same thing. But the problem for these smaller schools is they're up against a changing economic dynamic for these colleges and universities. First of all, the population is decreased in that 18 to 22-year-old. You have people promoting trade schools now. You have people are fed up with the cost, and they're looking for different options. A lot of kids are going to the big southern schools and out to the Southwest, where I believe the kids have more freedom. These northeastern small liberal arts colleges are totally on top of the students. Like they shut down the fraternity system. And the reason they shut down the fraternity system, because it was the last bastion. It was probably anti-men too, but they shut down the fraternity system. And they've kind of crushed it in all these different small liberal arts schools. And let me tell you, me personally, and my GPA proves it, I learned a lot more in my fraternity house and from my football coaches and the guys I hung around with than I learned in any classroom there. When the fraternity houses, we had to run a house. There was maintenance to it. There was food. We ate in it, so you had to manage a kitchen. You learned how to public speak. You held meetings. You had bylaws. This is where you had to balance a budget, and there were so many funny things that came out of it, but so many great learning experiences. But the left-leaning administrations of these Northeast universities. They wanted to drive the fraternities out. They're still there, but they're skeletons of what they once were, and it's all about power. That's my opinion. The fraternities had their own corporations, and the colleges couldn't control them. And then they would, and I'm not saying bad stuff doesn't happen in fraternities. Bad stuff happens all over the country in every organization. But they inflated it, to a certain degree. Not that there wasn't bad stuff, but because they wanted the control over them and they wanted to run them off campus. So I'm going to give a little bit background on why I'm bringing on Nick Alverson, who is the vice chairman from Gettysburg College, Young Americans for Freedom. They sponsor speaking events, and you've heard about this for years. You bring a conservative speaker to a college campus, and they are going to get shouted out. They need security. You bring a leftist speaker to a campus, there's not a problem. So I'm going to bring Nick Alverson on to talk about a speaker they brought on campus and what happened there by a member of the faculty who is actually the spiritual leader or the school chaplain, as we used to call it, how he showed up at this event and there were problems. Nick, are you on the air?
Good morning, Tom. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Nick. It's great to have you here at 1210 WPHT in Philadelphia. So before we get into the I got like a whole broad thing about the small liberal arts colleges and the Centennial Conference, and maybe we'll get into that. But the incident that happened at Gettysburg recently, I would like you to kind of outline, just frame it out for us. Who was your speaker? What was his background? And then what occurred? Now, everybody, this has been out on the wire, out on the national news. People have read about it. But I believe, Nick, you were at this event, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
go ahead.
Basically, for YAF, we host speaker events. We try to do it every semester. Luckily, as far as I've been at Gettysburg, we've been successful in at least having one event every semester. This most recent one for our fall semester was Mr. Vince Everett Ellison. For those unfamiliar, he is he's a pastor, a preacher, and he speaks on primarily race relations. He was originally born on cotton plantation to parents that were sharecroppers.
Yeah.
Him and I believe it's his 7 siblings he has, a very, very large family, made their way out of poverty through faith in Jesus Christ, basically, is the main spiel that he talks on. And he comes to campus. He was starting off by saying how, we had a lot of anti-chalking going on campus prior to him arriving, and he did.
Let me ask you, what's it called? Anti what?
It was chalking, so just going on the sidewalks and writing whatever the belief of the person writing is.
Oh, so the kids opposing your speakers, who is an African American, by the way, the kids in the school go out right on the sidewalks about how they don't want your speaker to be there. Am I following that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, they would write things like #sellout on them. There were talks. I don't know if you're familiar with the anonymous Yik Yak posting app, where they would call him things like, they would try to degrade him, call him things like Uncle Tom and
right,
whatnot.
Of course.
So he obviously didn't take too kindly to that, because all he's doing is talking about his own opinions on things. And he came in, the very first thing that he said was, if there's anybody here, because all of them wanted to try to claim that it's about white superiority and all this kind of stuff. And he said, if there's anybody here that's white and thinks that they're superior to me, I'd like you to stand up and explain yourself. Obviously, nobody stood up. Obviously, nobody really holds that sentiment. And meanwhile, in the back of the room, the Gettysburg College chaplain Bright, was kind of snickering a little bit and kind of muttered out, well, obviously they're not going to stand up in front of you. And so that was kind of setting the stage for the rest of the event, because obviously there was no kind of respect. We hold a Q&A at the end of the event. Every event we have, we hold a Q&A at the end, and we invite those who disagree. We want to have that open discourse on campus, and to kind of see an actual faculty member of the college be there and kind of disrupted in that sort of way is a little strange, because you would expect that from maybe some students, maybe from
protesting kids. Yeah,
sure, yeah, of course. And you'd expect those kind of things from kids, right? Kids that are still kind of learning their way in the world, not necessarily somebody on the payroll of the college.
Well, Nick, let me ask you something. Not only is he on the payroll and he's a faculty member, but he is the spiritual guidance counselor, chaplain of the school. Let me ask you, when he was standing in the back, did he raise his hand to comment, or was he just blurting out his feelings without, because there is a formality to when you have a speaker and when people will engage. From the start, was he following that kind of, traditional civil code of conduct right from the start?
No, he wasn't. And, even before we get too far into it, before we even invite Mr. Vince Everett Ellison into the room, we mentioned at the start of the programming that if there's anybody who has any questions of disagreement, we move them to the front of the line at the Q&A at the end. So he was very well aware that, the time to disagree was coming. It's just, there was no raising hand. There was no anything. It was just kind of blurting out, like as if it was a middle school classroom, if you will.
Got it. Okay. That's a very good description there, Nick. I like that. So please proceed with this interesting story.
Yeah. I mean, so basically that was the start. Vince Everett Ellison went through his entire speech. It was roughly about 30 minutes or so. And time comes for the Q&A. I was actually the one. We had a little technical difficulties. Our microphone wasn't working, but I was the one that was supposed to be holding the microphone and kind of keeping the Q&A line in order, And we had a couple different students that disagreed. They came up, and eventually they did have some respectful conversations with Vince Everett Ellison.
Yeah, that's the way it should. That's the way it should go. It should be a dialogue, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. There should be a dialogue. So you did have some good dialogue, you're saying, for a bit.
I would like to think so. I don't know as if any hearts or minds were changed. Maybe the seed was planted a little bit, but I'd like to think so. But yeah, so we had a couple students come up and, they asked their questions. It got a little heated here and there because Vince Everett Ellison is, of course, a very, what's the word?
Firebrand. Is he a bit of a firebrand?
Oh, absolutely.
That's fine. That's life.
Oh, of course, yeah, and he's very well spoken too. That's the kind of key to this too, is that he's very passionate about what he speaks about. He obviously, like I mentioned earlier, he's a pastor, so he can talk the talk behind it.
Yeah, I get it.
But yeah, so Chaplain Bright came up and originally was just kind of, there wasn't even a question that he was really asking. It was just kind of more so a statement of, do you really think these things? Like, obviously it's not true. Like there really wasn't any real substantial question that was asked.
So let me ask a question. Did he come up to, so there's a question and answer. Is there like a microphone or a podium that the school chaplain then comes up to, and he does take advantage of that?
Well, so I was holding a microphone. Like I mentioned, we had technical difficulties. The microphone wasn't working, whether it wasn't charged or whatever is, out of my control. But, yeah, he came up and it was a rather small room. I guess for some extra little context here, it's at Gettysburg. It's a very small student population to begin with, and the conservative population is a minority as well. But then on top of that, the vocal conservative population at Gettysburg is also increasingly minimal. There's constant kickback every time it doesn't matter what the topic of the event is, we'll constantly get kickback, and other students will try to organize to get people not to come and whatnot. So it's usually a relatively small event. So the microphone wasn't necessarily necessary.
Yeah.
So they could just kind of talk to each other, and the whole room would basically hear it. So he came up, and there was a little bit of disagreement, nothing too heated initially. He went back and sat back down, and then a couple more students were in line asking their questions. And they were actually asking questions as opposed to Chaplain Bright. And
let's do this, Nick, because I want to hold you over because I'm fascinated with this story. The reason is I went to Gettysburg. I have a deep connection to the place. but I have a lot of concerns for Gettysburg, not only with the culture that's getting promoted there, but also the future of the school and the future of a lot of these small liberal arts colleges. So we're going to go to a commercial break. We're going to be back with Nick Alverson. He's the head of Young Americans for Freedom at Gettysburg College, and he's going to fill us in on what actually happened at this incident that made the news. We'll be right back after this break.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby in for Dawn Stensland. I am here with Nick Alverson. Nick Alverson is the vice chairman of YAF, Young Americans for Freedom. I believe it was a Buckley organization formed back in the 1960s. Hey, Nick, I want to just frame it for the audience real quick. So Nick Alverson, he is invited as speaker, which is always controversial now on any of these small elite liberal arts colleges. The speaker is the son of sharecroppers. He's an African-American. He's a pastor. He's against DEI. Obviously, he's a man of the right. Sitting in the audience is a chaplain or the leader of spiritual, religious, I forget the exact name, but I'm just going to call him the school chaplain because that's what we used to call him. And his name is Bright. He actually just goes by one name, which is Bright. But I do want to give the audience, Nick, before you tell about the incident that made the news lately at Gettysburg. Bright worked in DEI roles and is publicly focused on deconstructing white religious privilege. His office promotes events on queer spirituality and describes itself as a space of radical hospitality. His bio includes statements like, "I have come to radicalize you." And that shouldn't be completely interpreted. He came to radicalize you because I've read what he has said about it, that he's going to radicalize you into being a LGBTQT representative or anything like that. Is he's going to radicalize you to just love whatever you are. I think that's what his mantra is. But here we have an African American from the right, a pastor, conservative, and the conservative group at Gettysburg has brought him in to speak. Obviously, kids write stuff with chalk. This guy's a this. They call names, and he's no good. I don't know why they just don't ignore him and not go to the speech if you're not interested. And then you have Bright, the chaplain, which is confusing to me, Nick, and remind me to ask you this later. They seem to hire a guy that's highly focused on kind of beyond gay or lesbian, the more of the queer, trans community. That seems to be like a hyper focus of his, and maybe I'm wrong on that. But but for a student population of, I don't know, 2,200, I actually did the numbers in my head. When you get past lesbian, gay, there's probably only like 80 out of the 2,100. I just don't know why your chaplain would be why they would advertise and be so, the school itself, the administration, why that would be a hyper focus. Because to me, a chaplain or this spiritual advisor kind of would be more of a listener than a talker, a person that can kind of work with gay kids, queer kids, straight kids, kids who are having family problems at home, kids that aren't doing well in school, people that maybe they're dealing with addiction. You'd want like a good listener that could kind of handle all the kids. I don't know why. And I think all the Centennial schools have similar people in this role. That's allegedly. I don't know for sure, but I know Gettysburg does. And I don't understand why you cater to you have such a broad job description of helping kids from all different, diverse, and wonderful, beautiful backgrounds. Why you hyper-focus on someone who seems to be very focused on one element of the school population. So anyway, that sets it up for you. You got Bright, the chaplain, and then you have the conservative speaker. Where do we go? Take it from there, Nick. What happens at the event?
Yeah, I mean, so basically we had, like I was saying, we had a couple regular students coming up asking, relatively genuinely inquisitive questions and trying to engage in some sort of dialogue, although they disagree.
Right.
And after Chaplain Bright came up and asked his question, he went back and sat back down initially. These students were up here engaging in dialogue with Vince Everett Ellison, and the chaplain at the back of the room, I can't remember exactly what it is that kind of set him off, but he just kind of had an outburst all of a sudden and was just kind of, I can't remember the exact verbatim that he used, so I don't want to misquote here, but he was basically just saying that everything that Vince Everett Ellison, our speaker, was talking to the students was, a bunch of not true statements, I guess. I'm not quite sure what kind of language.
He's basically he's calling the speaker a liar, which it's not a good way to it's not a good way to have a dialogue or have an event when someone's insulting your speaker and yelling out of turn that he's a liar. But keep going, Nick.
Right. No, and especially while there's actually real students, up there asking questions and trying to engage in this dialogue with him. That's kind of the epitome of what you shouldn't do as somebody, on the payroll, especially as the chaplain. While students are actually engaging, the event is going successfully for what its intention is, right? Like, we want this dialogue. We want students to come, especially those who disagree. That way we can talk about these situations rather than just kind of hate each other in silence.
Yep.
So, he just kind of started to outburst, and it turned into a bit of a heated, I wouldn't even say a debate at that point between Chaplain Bright and our speaker. It kind of just turned into a bit of a heated almost yelling match, I would say. But Vincent
Wow.
Ellison eventually just told him to shut up, So,
Right.
and he continued his discussion with the students that were asking the questions. Later on, after the event had been concluded, those couple students that were genuinely inquisitive and asking those questions, they stuck around a little later, and at some point, Chaplain Bright left the room. I'm not quite sure when he came back or when he left, but he came back after he left the room while those students were still talking with our speaker one-on-one. And whenever he came back, he was basically trying to force the two girls out of the room because I guess he didn't want them to hear the quote-unquote destructive kind of opinions of our speaker, I suppose. He was like tapping them on the shoulder and like waving them on, trying to get them to leave the room and saying how it's not worth even trying to talk with them and things like that. So it's truly concerning, especially whenever the administration at the college holds such a sentiment, or at least they claim to hold such a sentiment of open discourse. And I think they started hosting events, I believe it was last year, called Conversations for Change. All of the speakers that they have attend those things are clearly one side of the coin, And YAF, at the very least, we try to generate that little bit of intellectual diversity. And the administration, you would think would be all about different kinds of diversity. The only caveat there is that they don't necessarily support intellectual diversity, from my experience.
Yeah, well, so basically, what we're saying is the school chaplain is now demanding that people don't listen to what the speaker has to say, meaning like he is now the monitor and he's the overseer. You talk about oppression. So what's the next step? What made this thing hit the news?
Well, I believe what made it hit the news, I can't necessarily speak to any details about this other component of it, but it's my understanding that we had a YAF member that was not myself that Chaplain Bright went up to and kind of touched on the shoulder multiple times and was saying something like, "You need to find a new hobby," something along those lines.
He was being very confrontational in the sense that he laid hands on someone, not in a violent way or whatever. But are you saying in the sense the YAF member, he was trying, like he put his hands on him to intimidate him, like, you got to get out of here or whatever. And this is a chaplain and a faculty person of the faculty that would make a student kind of be like, wow, this guy's a bit out of control. Plus you feel that you're as a student, you're looking up and reporting to someone in the administration that, wow, like this guy is really coming after me. Was that kind of the feeling? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just kind of thinking of the scenario.
That's my understanding. Like I said, I wasn't the student in question here. I don't want to speak on behalf of anybody else, of course. But that's kind of the impression that I got from it, is that like it's a little, you would maybe expect a bit of immature behavior from students, like I mentioned earlier. But as far as a school chaplain, especially somebody that that's a lot of weight that you put on an individual of the college. And you would hope that you could go to that type of person with all kinds of problems and talk it out and whatnot. And the fact that there's such animosity that's being displayed it is a public event too. The community members were also invited to this event. And the fact that such animosity would be displayed in such a public venue is quite disturbing to me as a student, because especially I'm someone who, I have my own individual spiritual and religious journey.
Right.
And, there are certainly questions that I would love to speak with a school chaplain about, but I know, however, that doing so with Chaplain Bright would not be constructive in any manner for myself.
No, he caters to a certain group, and Nick, I'm fascinated by this, so we'll sum this up, but I want to hold you over again. Obviously, I went to Gettysburg. I'm sorry, listeners. I'm finding this story. I want to talk more in general with you, Nick, just about these liberal arts colleges in the Centennial Conference and what their future is. If you don't mind, can I hold you over to the next break?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to hold you on the line. And before I did have a question, he is an Episcopalian pastor that was in the live feed coming in from YouTube. I know someone asked me about that. But we're going to go to break. We're going to come back with Nick Alverson, Young Americans for Freedom at Gettysburg. Interesting controversy at a public speaking event, which happens to conservative speakers all the time. We'll go to break. We're going to come back to Nick, and we're going to talk about these Northeastern elite institutions and what their futures look like. We'll be back in a minute.
Still windy into the early evening. Overnight low 25. Wednesday 33, mostly cloudy. On New Year's Day, high 31 and partly cloudy. Friday 34, more sunshine on Sunday.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
New Year's Eve celebrations in Philadelphia include an LL Cool J concert on the Parkway, followed by fireworks. There are also 2 fireworks shows over the Delaware. Sixers rookie VJ Edgecombe drills a game-winning 3 in Memphis, and the Flyers win in Vancouver.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to the Dawn Stensland Show. Tom Azelby sitting in for Dawn. I'll be back the next 2 days for Kale and Company, and then my Saturday show. Oh, I got something good. The Son of Sam. Some interesting new news on the serial killer from back in the 70s, what they're finding out now. An amateur crime researcher and a retired retired Yonkers detective whose dad was a detective who worked on the Son of Sam. I'll bring you up to date on that on the Saturday show. But right now, I'm talking to Nick Alverson as the vice chairman of Young Americans for Freedom at Gettysburg College. We're talking about they had a public speaker and a very disruptive, they were disrupted during their presentation. The speaker was by the chaplain of the college. And Nick, basically what happened that made the news is anything going to come of this, or the incident is over and everyone's just moving on? What do you know about that?
Well, that's a hard question to answer. A lot of the times, from my experience at Gettysburg, the college likes to they never put out a public statement with regards to YAF. They never really show any kind of institutional support for conservative students. I mean, even looking back in September after the Charlie Kirk assassination, there, like last year, for example, after Donald Trump was won the election, the next day the student for or I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name of it, but the mental health services that they have on campus were out on the main lawn that we have on campus, and Stein Lake, I'm sure you're familiar with, at least.
Yeah.
And, they had dog comfort animals out there for people to pet. And this is just after a presidential election.
Oh, my God. That is listen, Nick, that is so embarrassing to me.
Yeah.
Just that is, as an alumni, to hear that is, it's just, it's humiliating. And, okay, so what you're saying is, most likely this event that was inappropriate and it was allegedly caused by the chaplain Bright. Nothing will be done. It'll just be the same old thing. Now talking about the same old thing, when I look at the Centennial Conference, Gettysburg is not an exclusive that is going down this path of, I don't know, people call it leftism, wokeism. It's not just Gettysburg. The whole Centennial Conference seems to be advertising the same thing. So this is, and what I see going on right now is their applicant numbers are dropping. The application, and they're discounting their tuitions. They list them at the high fancy prices of $78,000, $80,000, but they're coming back with big discounts or scholarships. Now the school is trying to say that the best way to run a small liberal arts college is you don't want 2,200, 2,400, or 2,600. The sweet spot is around 1,800. But my understanding is they're not getting the applicants to even get that. And people that don't get into Dickinson then get into Gettysburg, that they're all, here's my point, they're all fighting for the same type of student. And they're all marketing this kind of same agenda. And how do they think they're going to survive when so many kids are going down south? They're going to the Southwest. Kids are going to trade school. People are saying, I don't want to, I'm not going to go to college, or I'll go to community college. The whole business plan and dynamic is changing. But it doesn't seem any of the schools in the Centennial Conference are changing. And I say to Gettysburg, what an opportunity to change your focus, to get away from what your competition's doing. It's like no one ever took a business class there on the board or the administration. And believe me, I'm not labeling all of them, but it seems like, why wouldn't you go in a different direction? Like you're a free speech, free market school. Do something different. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a perplexing question, As far as the free speech, free market school, they try to posture themselves as such, but in reality, it just doesn't translate to the actual student life. You see the same issue across the country. I wouldn't even just say that it's limited to the northeast quadrant of the U.S. I'd say that it's across the country. It's across institutions, and quite frankly, it's across the entire government as well. I mean, this is a top-down issue. It's not as simple as there's just some board members, it's just an administration here and there. It's quite literally an overhauling of any kind of institution of authority in America. That's my personal opinion.
No, I think you're spot on. I guess why I'm so passionate about it, and as someone that's been an entrepreneur, always, you got to come up with ideas. You got to separate yourself from your competition. You got to create a product a little differently. I'm invested emotionally in Gettysburg, and the demographics of how many students they can get, what they're selling, that trend. And the truth is that very kind of left-leaning liberal arts, that trend is not going in the right direction. Young men are starting to vote right in big numbers, right? there's a trend going on, and Gettysburg seems to be doing the same thing. Even the way I saw the advertisement that hired Chaplain Bright, it's kind of every chaplain in the Centennial Conference, and I can't name every school and every chaplain's profile, but they all seem similar from the research I did. But that culture or that messaging that the school's giving out, they need to. My belief is if they don't redirect, there's going to be maybe, you know what, it'll be Swarthmore and John Hopkins in the Centennial Conference in a few years. Maybe they'll all merge. But they got to come up with a new plan. They can't keep doing what they're doing. The thing, what you said, where they try to sell it is, you have people there that don't believe in what me and you believe. But I think we both have a better understanding what the future looks like from a business standpoint.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'd like to touch on what you mentioned about having kind of like an emotional weight for specifically Gettysburg rather than any of the others. And, I'm in the same boat there. Like for example, I have multiple ancestors that actually fought the Battle of Gettysburg, which,
Wow.
It was Pennsylvania College at the time.
Yep.
And, they hold the same steps of Penn Hall that, it served as a field hospital during the battle. This is an administration and a campus that currently holds an annual drag show on those same steps every single year.
Yeah.
So to try to posture yourselves as a historical institution and preserving the heritage and the history of America, I mean, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe there's only a handful of college campuses that are historic battlegrounds, and Gettysburg is one of them.
Yep.
And furthermore, my second great-grandfather in 1898 was also a student at Gettysburg College. So there's a certain level of emotional weight there for me as well, and I'd say more so than most students. So it's certainly concerning to see these kind of things happening, even during something that you would think would be as unifying as a 9/11 memorial, which we hold every year on Stein Lake again, as you know. We put out thousands of American flags on the lawn and put out just a couple signs, on the day of 9/11. And last year, someone threw a bag of dog excrement right in the center of it, and it wasn't there whenever we were putting the flags out, because nobody's going to put a flag right next to a bag of that without removing it first. And one of our lawn signs were also stolen in the same time frame. So it's certainly concerning. I'd say as far as the demographics of students that are coming in, the types of students that they're trying to bring to these institutions, in my experience, it seems to me like they're sort of catering to the non-American students. It seems to me like if you look at all of their different clubs and the different institutional services that they offer, all of them are geared towards a certain type of individual, and none of them happen to be an individual like myself, someone with such emotional weight for such a place as Gettysburg College.
Yeah, it's they actually what the modern colleges are doing. They're building tons of silos. That you have this student union, you have this group, and then you have the football players in one group. When I was at Gettysburg, there were different frats, there were different sports, but there was a kind of unification of everyone on campus. But I think the administrations now are so politically charged with everything, where they talk about unity and everyone getting along. But I actually think they are facilitating and building silos and making everything political. And that's the world we live in today. I don't know if that's going to survive the business model. That's what I'm worried about. I think if you were ever thinking of changing a direction, the time is now. And one way to do it, and I know a lot of people aren't big because they've been inundated with what the media and what the colleges have said. But they need to bring back the fraternity system. There's a lot to learn when you're in a fraternity. They need to bring back the sorority system, because that's where the administration didn't have control. And we really control, as young adults learning to become adults, the fraternity system, and you probably can't even picture a fraternity system where there was real freedom. But then that's when I was there. That's one step for me, would bring back the fraternity system. Nick, this was great. As an alumni, I wanted to hear it. I'm a big fan of Gettysburg. Like you, I have an emotional tie to all aspects of that college, but it's time for a change, and I would welcome any board member, any administrative person that wants to come on, because Philadelphia is a place where a lot of kids go. That's a big recruiting area for Gettysburg College. Nick, thanks for coming on. Good interview, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
We're going to go to break. We're going to be right back after these messages, and I think I have a call to take.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Hi, everyone. It's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we've sent kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our sea service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Because it just bothers me. And let me tell you, kids are having a lot better time down in the southern schools, down in Florida and Georgia and Texas. They still have big fraternities. They're still having a lot of fun. They have big football, but everyone doesn't need big football. But man, these I'll tell you what it is. Colleges are nanny states. They gutted the frats up here. There's no parties without permits. They have sanitized community events. Kids have to go underground to have fun. And that's even more dangerous when they're in the frat house or having their good time and you kind of know what they're up to. Now they're all underground. And the COVID era only solidified the authoritarian culture of college administrators up here in the Northeast. And that's what I'm talking about because I'm so worried about my own school. But COVID, and if anyone, it's so obvious. When someone had a chance to take control, it was the left under COVID, and they would do anything to you, lock you in your house, make you follow stupid rules. And listen, when they got that power, they're never giving it back. They're the ones you have to watch out for. And know what? There was not a better example of it than COVID, because when they got a little power and they could say you're going to kill everyone by sneezing and coughing, they locked you down. And, wow, they're talking about 2026, putting the Democrats back in. I don't see it yet. I mean, statistically, yes. But believe me, you give the Democrats a little bit of power. Not only do they rip you off like you see in Minnesota, steal all the money, then they lock you down in your house or fire you from your job. It's very frustrating. And that attitude is the same thing that I'm seeing in these colleges. But Carol is calling in from Westchester, and I think she wants to talk about Westchester University. Carol, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much.
What do you got?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly,
okay.
Carol.
Okay, great. So I'm a resident of Westchester, and I also went to Westchester University. I recently saw Alex Stein, who used to travel with Charlie Kirk on college campuses, and he did a Wreath event at Westchester University. So I have two things. Number one, I happen to know the president of the College Republicans at Westchester University, and each club on campus gets allotted a certain amount of money for their club and different activities. The College Republicans get $1,500 for their club administrative costs and just other things. Yeah. The Black Lives Matter club gets $250,000 for the club.
For the club at Westchester University, they get $250K.
Yes.
Oh my God. Well, that's unbelievable.
I asked the president. I know. I asked the president of the Young Republicans. I'm like, what exactly do they do with all that money? And he said, I honestly have no idea. They all sit together in the dorm. They smoke a lot.
Carol, we're coming to an end. That's the great information there. Alex Stein is hilarious, and we got to wrap it up. I'll be back tomorrow at 6 o'clock. This is Tom Hazelby. I'll be doing Kale and Company the next 2 days, and then you can catch me on my own show on Saturday. Everyone have a great New Year's Eve, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Gold is now over $4,500 an ounce. Did you get some jewelry as a gift that you don't like? Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,500 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike just off Kings Highway and 295. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks
No,
guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. If you think buying them is harmless, think again. Counterfeits are usually made with hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals. Remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart. Buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Every 2 minutes, a woman in the U.S. is diagnosed with breast cancer. And in that moment in time, her life changes forever. We're fighting alongside patients because we know one moment can change a lifetime.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yeah, it is Dom time. Happy New Year's Eve. We'll be on tomorrow. We'll officially say Happy New Year. But it's the same story as yesterday, even more magnified. You know what the big story is. We have a lot of sound around it, particularly CNN. They are not going to let, and let's talk big picture. It's not just about what's happening across the country. It's not just what's happening in Somaliland, in Minnesota, but now in Ohio, somewhat in Massachusetts. People, I'm told, are investigating various daycare/home health care services right here in Philadelphia. I don't know about Somali association with that. But the bottom line is this. The bigger picture is, particularly CBS on this, and we're going to see what the new head of the news there has, is Barry Weiss. They had a reporter out there standing in front of one of the daycare and saying, no fraud here. What is this guy talking about? They're in the suppression business. They're not just not covering it, they're trying to suppress. And I'm looking at a tweet, and if so, this is good news. There is a movement to crowdfund and I think they're looking for big donors too, what they're calling citizen journalists by the hundreds across the country. They're mad that this is taken off with Nick Shirley. Now, why is it taken off now? And they're also saying, yes, Republicans helped him. Yes, they did. They gave him the information. They're also saying, who is this guy that he thinks he can just go and knock on daycare doors and all the rest of it? What, well, that's a crime? One guy, Politico, suggested under stand your ground laws, he could be shot. That guy's being investigated now by the Department of Justice for that kind of threat. Maybe George Ice also. So why is all this happening? My buddy Scott Presler has been going back and forth with me. He's going to be on again Monday at 2 o'clock, back to his regular time. And Scott has been making a case over the holidays, even though he's been, recovering. I mean, it was grueling what he went through. That this is why voter registration nonsense and voter laws and cheating can happen so easily in Minnesota. He'll be on Monday at 2. I let it go to the new thing kicks in with him. I want to get him back at his regular time so you can hear him. People have been missing him, asking me about him. He's fine. Everything's going well. And he'll be with us on Monday to lay that out. So as I said, this is just bigger. Now, child care payments have been frozen. Here is the deputy in charge of that. This is cut 14, Henry. The Health and Human Services Assistant Secretary talking about why Minnesota Child Care Services funding has been, well, he can't tell if it's statewide or not. Well, let's play it. Here's cut 14 explaining.
Hello, I'm HHS Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill. I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Alex oversees the Administration for Children and Families. Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year. That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants. Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud that seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment. Second, I have just signed and sent a demand letter to Governor Walz. I required a full 360 review of these centers. This includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections.
And third, we've launched a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and email address at childcare.gov. Whether you're a parent, a provider, a member of the public, we want to hear from you. Let me be crystal clear. ACF expects every state to uphold the highest standards of oversight, monitoring, and accountability for federal dollars. Minnesota is no exception.
We're committed to holding bad actors accountable. Regardless of rank or office, anyone who's involved in perpetrating this fraud against the American people should expect to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
All right, there you go.
By the U.S. Department.
Now, let's add to this, and we started to kind of peel it away yesterday. The other big picture is we voted for this type of stuff. I think Mike Opelka may have said it or sent it to me too, and we both were saying it yesterday when he was filling in for Rich. We voted for this, but we also voted now. There have to be people that are indicted. There have to be elected officials that are indicted. Otherwise, it's going to depress Republican voters again, saying, you talk big, we see this exposure. I mean, I could go fly there today and argue the case, and I think I might be dragged out, but it'd be passionate legally. Imagine these fraudsters with phony autism claims, given how difficult societally it is to deal with autism. Imagine that. That's what they were up to. And I'd put their families in jail that took the money, kick them out, every single one of them. If it's 5,000, if it's 10,000, whatever it is, Get the planes ready. Get them out of here. Denaturalize them. Do whatever you have to do. Get them out. Plus, the elected officials either have to be indicted, resign, or ultimately found guilty from walls on down. And yes, Republicans did help with this. Why would they not? You have Abby Phillip over at CNN. Scott Jennings last night. It was particularly wild, asking, who is this? Who are these people? Why do they think they can be going and knocking on doors and all the rest of it? Well, these are citizen journalists. This is cut 6, Henry. Here is Nick Shirley reviewing now the threats that he's facing after exposing these hundreds of millions in fraud.
They're so mad. The Somalians are so mad. Because can you imagine, for years you're at the dinner table talking with your family about how everything's good. Oh, we don't need to worry because the government and whatnot. I mean, 81% of these people are on welfare. But on top of that, they're collecting millions of dollars for these companies. Tax exempt, by the way, especially the daycares. So can you imagine how mad they are now? Like, that's why they're right now, there's, like, people are so upset. Like, there's, like, bounties on me here in Minnesota because people are so upset as far as the fraud that's being exposed because they know their time's up and they know everyone's just sick and tired of this happening inside their own state and across America.
What have some of those threats been?
Yeah, there was apparently like a bolo that they used. That's the word that some people told me was on me, and I can't reveal too much just because I don't want to reveal. But like, yeah, lots of messages, death threats, obviously on social media, and then it's just not the most safe thing for me to be moving around freely right now.
I think that's fair. I mean.
All right, couple of smaller things to think about today during the show. I'll give you the side question. No prize today, but a side question coming up. One, it's New Year's Eve, well, the day of it, and there are tons of superstitions or things people do. I told Sean after he wished me Happy New Year today, Bro has a thing about giving grapes to people. I forget exactly the significance of that. Green grapes.
12 grapes under the table in a minute.
What? And then that means what?
Brings good luck for the year.
Reason?
No idea.
No idea. Okay, that's fine. If you have one of those, something you do, like who can be, I've seen several, who can be the first one to enter your house in the new year?
Like there was always one like from Everybody Hates Chris where like first man in the house in the new year should be holding $20, you know, brings good luck and fortune.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Yeah. The grapes, another one. So you can hit us with that. And I did a little research because shocking me, and Henry said, yeah, he hasn't done this. I'm not sure he has an answer today if he's going to do it, but Easy Pass comes down yesterday, another attack on cash. They don't like it now. They come up with their fancy schmancy Atlantic City Expressway. It's going to cost you the 39 or 40 miles when you get on around, well, it's above Camden, headed to the shore, to Cape May. $14, around $14. Plus, they're raising the rates 3% more. Now, Henry, it says, and I don't think this is the case based upon the traffic jams I see, that only 11% of people using the Atlantic City Expressway, they say, don't have Easy Pass. I think it's higher.
You think? I would think it'd be around that percentage.
11?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, then those
10.
traffic jams at the $3 toll or whatever it is there, you know, it backs up every summer.
It does.
Not huge,
totally.
but yeah, you're seeing it. Yeah. Only 11%. So are you going to capitulate? You're holding out.
I'm going to hold out.
All right. And it's under the big government umbrella here. That's the tracking type of thing. Okay. But $14, yeah, they're trying to force people to comply. Nobody speaks up for cash out there, or, you know, you don't want to be seen. You don't want to be tracked by anybody. Isn't there an alternative for you? At least a few stations where you can pay the toll? Nope, we don't want that. This is their grand plan, and I think they call them gurneys or something like that are going to be set up. They know when you get on, when you got off, and everything else. Now, I don't think this is the one controlled by the Red Chinese Communist Party. I think that's the Jersey Turnpike. So, you know, we can crack down going to the shore on people who, for whatever reason, don't want to have Easy Pass, but we can allow companies affiliated with the Communist Chinese Party who are scaring the world out of Taiwan over the last week. Yeah, they can be in charge of our Easy Pass and all those systems. Just think of the arrogance of this, but it's Jersey. All right, the side today. The AP came out with their biggest photos of 2025, and they were on the scene. I'll give them credit. They were around the world. I didn't see anything compelling, though. That was like, wow, emotional or funny or something. I can't believe that shot. The two highlights I saw were the California fires. The intensity of this, they did capture it in several photos. And Trump with Putin, red carpet, that kind of thing, all right? So I thought we had to talk today. Give us that all-time picture, that all-time photograph is what we're looking for. Now, to me, you cannot beat, I'll take it off anyhow, though. You know what it is, the kiss. There's even a statue in Sarasota, Florida. Now, in recent years, the kiss is under fire. Of course, it was sexual harassment or whatever. No, it was sweet. It was beautiful. And by the way, she wasn't a nurse. You talk about back in the day, that's how a dental hygienist dressed. She looks like a nurse. I don't even think a nurse looks that antiseptic.
Yeah, seriously.
But she was a dental hygienist. And he was just a guy celebrating in uniform, walking around Times Square. I think it was Victory in Europe Day. It wasn't even VJ Day yet. So, it wasn't even the finality of it, but it captured it. Why that of all time? The other one I'll take is the newest edition. When Trump was shot, I don't think the photo of him thinking a bee stung him or something, hitting the side of his face as he goes down. I think it's the fight, fight, fight thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm not believing being shot is why he won the election. I'm not in that camp that suddenly it turned around. I don't see that. I think it got a bit underplayed in all that. But that was an iconic shot. I think the guy won awards, a couple of them that did it. All right, Henry, what's your photo?
Yeah, I got two here. So I'll take a Philly sports photo off.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of good Philly sports photos to take off, but the one I'm going to take on today, I guess, is the step over, the iconic Allen Iverson step over Tyronn Lue in
Shouldn't
Game
have let
1.
him do it. Should have dumped him right there.
Oh, yeah, but it created an iconic photo where you have Allen Iverson stepping down, looking at Tyronn Lue like, you can't guard me, you can't touch me, get off me. Yep. And, obviously the Sixers won that game and lost the series, but, it created an iconic moment that still lives within NBA lore today. Yeah. The other one I'm going to take off the board is a bit outside the box, I'd say. In an effort to, stay up to date on the internet, a lot of people will look at stock photos in order to create memes. And I'd say one stock photo that went very viral a few years back was the depiction of a man turning around, looking at a girl walking by while holding hands with his girlfriend. And it became a reaction meme of sorts where, the girl walking by is the new shiny thing. And
usually it's conservatives that do this, and she's the conservative, and the other one's the Democrat.
Sure, and that's what it became. It became a compare and contrast. Where you're
I
looking
haven't
at
seen the other side use that.
Yeah,
no.
So it becomes a compare and contrast.
That's a
like you're looking
one.
at the new one, and the old one's kind of looking at you like, "Hey, what the heck?" But that photo has been passed around for I feel like at least 10 years now. So I feel it's
that
keep going
brings
as long
in
as the
internet
around.
memes. It brings in a whole bunch of images. Yeah, but that is done. Was it 10 years ago?
I spitballing on that. It's probably a little more recent. Than that,
I think it's more recent. And I haven't seen the
Maybe
left
8.
use that one. It's mainly a conservative film. Mike Opelka must use it on his daily thing like 5 times a week. Yeah, definitely. All right, Sean, how about yours?
So the two that sort of came to mind were the assassination of Inejiro Asanuma. He was a Japanese socialist politician in the 60s who was stabbed to death on live television. And then the other one was the picture of the Napalm Girl, who I don't think needs any introduction.
Vietnam vintage, yeah, all time, without a doubt. There's several brutal Vietnam ones. I won't take the other one off, but that's,
Well, that just reminded me I have to take off Bud Dwyer.
I was thinking about him.
Okay, Bud Dwyer this year has elevated because of this. We don't do Trump, we don't do the Bible, and we don't do Bud Dwyer.
The assassination just got me.
Yeah.
About that. It's like the picture of him in the gun with his mouth.
Well, and the guy going, "No, bud, no."
Yeah.
And it's a manila envelope. He takes it out of treasurer. He was a job that Stacey Garrity has. I mean,
Jeez.
My God.
I mean, Christine Chubbuck beat him to it.
Yeah, and it was a snowy day, so more kids saw it because I think they were home. And Channel 6 was huge then, huge now, is where I saw it. And it was like, what the heck? They didn't show it after that. Some of the others still show it.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Gosh.
That is Spudgewire all time. And that's got to be 35 years. Could it be more even?
At least.
Maybe 40. All righty. It's 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. So why such a big stir out of what's happening in Minnesota? I gave you some of the big reasons, even bigger than just the fraud. The media really does not like this. Are we going to see more citizen journalists? Think Frankie Scales and his buddy Ian. They're out there bird dogging, as I saw on their Twitter, some of these that look to be shady. If you have a daycare center and there are no windows, right there, that might be a giveaway. That might be a problematic sort of thing.
I don't know, because there is a daycare by me that I do see kids go in and out of, so it is legit. But they don't have windows just as like a privacy thing, I guess.
I don't even know if that's legal. I think you have to
have
a window.
they're windows, but they're blocked.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But I think there's got to be something there, ventilation-wise.
Yeah,
we can't be in a fortress.
No, it can't be in like a warehouse.
Yeah, that's...
Some of these are very
these kids are running forklifts. What do you mean? All right. And now in Ohio, it's just as big, if not bigger, and Massachusetts kicking in. Will Philadelphia kick in? Not Somalis, but some other fraudulent groups. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. We'll talk with Harry Hurley. We're going to talk with the Reverend Joshua Robertson, who really is a key player in the race for governor. And we'll explain. He's on today. Kind of a look back of the stories. And I'll be on tomorrow, so we have predictions, too. I have some for the new year. I won't be the side tomorrow. I got that already. But all-time photo coming off what we've seen play out here. By the way, the photo of Nick Shirley in front of the Luring Center. And by the way, that company, that daycare, they misspelled the avenue that they're on. Oh, they have it stenciled on their door, and it's misspelled. There's a letter missing. Yep. Is that a sign of fraud? It might be something to take a look at.
Not doing a whole lot of learning there. That's all.
Exactly. Learning, the quality learning. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
That's right. Let's keep it alive with the Dom Giordano Show. 855-839-1210. The headline, turning off the money spigot. And I voted for this. And I think most people did. But that's not enough. And I told you yesterday, I didn't get anybody, I think they're on board with me. I don't have a lot of faith in Kash Patel on this. He wasn't on top of this. It's been out there. Now they're apparently swarming there. Well, we want to see some indictments of public officials that are elected one way or the other, and a lot more pressure on Walz. That's what people want out of this rather than a big blow up. This guy discovers all this. The media pushes back, and then we move on to the next crisis. Nope. This is, of course, the charges of racism, that the child care money's been held up. You heard the cut we played you. The head, the deputy secretary at HHS said they can't assure us this isn't statewide. It's probably going on around the country, not just Somalis, but a whole lot of it. The media is sigging on that, saying, what about this other fraud? Good. Let's put them in jail too. What it comes down to, will most of it be in big blue cities? Yes. That's exactly right. That's what we're talking about. All right, you heard I think there were 6 worthy photos today, including Henry's. The social media thing, I think, adds another dimension to it. I just can never get past the kiss, though. Maybe because I know how many attacks it experiences now. And I'd love to have that statue here in Philadelphia, out of Sarasota, Florida. Good for that town. I'm not sure if any photo's been made into a statue that's that prominent, but a photo, a still that's brilliantly done, like the Trump one there on the spot. And, you know, the art to capture the emotion that comes through the photo. It's genius. And some of these are just brilliant. Several of them are on Twitter that might be a bit older now, but, you know, they are still very relevant. All right, let's go to Andrew, Cranberry, New Jersey, site of the family farm overdevelopment fight. Hey, Andrew. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir. Good to talk to you. My nomination for Photo of the Year is probably the Lee Harvey Oswald assassination at the jail.
Which part of the photo? Because I've looked at that photo easily 1,000 times, and I have a particular part of it which part of it? Why that?
Where the gun is put into his ribs while the sheriff is waiting.
Yeah, these 2 dumb guys in cowboy hats standing there.
Yeah.
Instead of blocking people, and you know that Ruby was well known by the cops, was very friendly with them. That's why they let him hang out in there with the media fully armed.
Oh, yeah.
You just can't write it.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
I have a second one.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, you get one, but we won't. Go ahead. Tell us your second one, Andrew.
The second one is the photo of Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile.
Yeah, absolutely. When he did it, then people started, that's one of the greatest accomplishments ever, and people saying couldn't be done. I think the first time they did the Fosbury flop, there's a photo of the people around the high jump pit, and they're kind of looking like, wait a minute, I don't know if that's legal. Wonder if there's a photo the first time the Eagles did the tush push of some idiot screaming, "That's not legal." Probably.
Yeah, some coach pointing that.
Yeah, right, running out there. You can't do that. But the Fosbury flop, I didn't see the first one, but I did see it subsequently. It was genius. It's essentially jumping backwards, and apparently it moves body parts out of the way of hitting the bar, and Dick Fosbury just was unbelievable with it. Okay, that's a good one, though, the Lee Harvey Oswald photo. Those guys, the look of surprise, these two big cops with cowboy hats on, standing there, allowing Lee Harvey Oswald to be in front of hundreds of people. We're taking him out over the loading dock, not blocking it out at all. Do I think they wanted him to get killed? I don't think those two, I just think they were clueless. And Ruby had an in. He was a strip club owner and mobbed up, apparently, and did hate Oswald. It may have been dying of cancer and known it. Or maybe he wanted to take him out so that Oswald couldn't talk. You know, the argument he was a patsy. I think Oswald did it. But it is stunning. And again, did people see that in real time? Yes. They saw it coming back from church or whatever. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, 10:30, I guess, live on TV. No, bud, no. You're watching this, and these two cops just standing there frozen as he runs up an inch away and shoots him.
Conspiratorial.
Well, it is.
They were chosen to be there because they knew they'd be incompetent.
You know what? That they had dope. Yeah, let's put the dude dopes out there. They won't do anything. A guy comes running up with a gun, lunges, and sticks it right in there. Andrew in Chestnut Hill. Hey, Andrew. Afternoon to you.
Hey, Don. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Great.
All the best to you and the kid Henry.
Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on the whole thing in Minnesota. I think this is a gift for Trump and the Republicans that can keep on giving. If come the end of the summer, you can lay it out. All these cities where this was taking place, and that's a tangible number, and that is what people voted for. Like,
yes, we voted to stop
paying
this
your taxes
indictment.
is part of your duty.
Right, and Andrew,
fraudulent.
My theory on this and the trans thing is this. We know it's potent politically. We also know it doesn't get solved overnight. And the more it drags on, the more juice we get out of it for the midterms.
Oh, without a doubt. Stretch it out all summer. Stretch it in every city.
I can't right into the night before the election. We're taking walls off and handcuffs. Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you have a photo?
Yeah, you know what? From the moon landing, I forget which astronaut it was, but the American flags in the background. I think that's something, really showed American power in that day and age.
Neil Armstrong, yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. Let me take one more, then Harry Hurley is here. I want to get Mark in. Now, Mark, this one has been argued about, but I love it. What's yours?
So it's probably the only thing I'm afraid of in life is heights and the picture with the iron workers eating lunch on a beam.
Yes.
Like it's the men of men who built this country.
It's
amazing.
Iconic. Yeah. And it's been disputed. I don't know if they photoshopped it. I forget what they said they did with it. I think they posed them. Still, they're still for a moment eating lunch up there, 50 stories up, sitting on a beam. And a bunch of them, not just one guy. And how do everybody slide down, get off the beam now?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Talk about
my hands are getting clammy just thinking about it.
Well, mine is Man on a Wire. You know, they surreptitiously put the wire between the two twin towers, and that guy walks up there, I believe, for an hour.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
That is, I forget the distance, and 100,000 people were in the street. Apparently, some of them were screaming that he was going to fall, but my God, that is. I don't think you go on a wire after that. You do that once. That's got to be it.
No.
All right.
You got to up yourself after that. You start doing it from like space next time.
Our buddy Harry Hurley from the Jersey Shore. A lot of stuff that happened in New Jersey, but going forward, going to happen in the next day or so. We'll get his story on all that and maybe some hidden stories. Keep them coming. All-time photo coming off this whole deal that we've been talking about today with the AP photos of the year, which maybe it wasn't a big year. But the Trump photo is the one of recent. If you have a very recent, last 10 years, that would be great. One that you think deserves it. Oh, I'll give you one that's Philadelphia lore. Frank Rizzo walking around in a tuxedo at the Tasker Homes. I grew up not too far from there with a nightstick in his cummerbund. Giant cummerbund that was red. He had come from a formal affair, and he borrowed a nightstick, and he's walking around with it in a cummerbund. Now, if you can't elect that guy mayor, if you run against that guy for mayor, you got a tough time. The genius of the photo of that was just, who does that? You know?
Yeah, seriously, who does that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, most guys would have taken it and walked around with it or something. Sticking it in the cummerbund, giant close-up of it, yeah. 855-839-1210.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer, Grocery, or Wegmans.
Weather sponsored by Special Olympics PA.
Still windy into the early evening. Overnight low 25. Wednesday 33, mostly cloudy. On New Year's Day, high 31 and partly cloudy. Friday 34, more sunshine on Sunday.
The 2026 Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Come chill at Citizens Bank Park on February 21st to make a splash and support Special Olympics Philadelphia athletes at the same time. Visit phillyplunge.org to learn more and sign up today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Got a great side question today. Coming off the AP photos of the year, which, you know, it was kind of a down year. I'll say that. But I am pretty upset, too, swiveling into New Jersey for people like Henry and just in general, to force people to pay $14 to get on the Atlantic City Expressway to get to Cape May. I mean, on the way to Cape May now, it's like you got to be working, minimum wage in Jersey for an hour at least in order to do that. And it was just sprung upon us. Let's see what Harry Hurley, the man who runs the Jersey Shore, Harry Hurley in the morning, WPG Talk Radio, our friend here on Talk Radio 1210. Happy New Year, Harry. Thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year to you, my friend. Great topic. I wrote about it at length. I've been speaking about it a lot on our program because it is outrageous. Number one, if you're going to do something so incredibly draconian, so radical, you got to let people know about it. I mean, I think my article let more people know about it than they even intended to let know about it. And if you're coming from somewhere else, like, we'll figure it out here in the area, but that's going to be everybody that's coming into Atlantic City. And they're not taking Route 30 or some other back road. You know, they want the comfort, and they don't mind paying, you know, the tolls, which are too high to begin with. But now if you don't have Easy Pass, 100% surcharge and other administrative charges on top of that. It's outrageous.
Where do we find it, Harry? You're writing, not just on that, but a whole bunch of things, Jersey, National, Trump. Where did we find it?
Well, thank you, my friend. WPGTalkRadio.com.
Who's the architect of this? It's just the usual forces that want to continue taxation. And, Harry, wherever we go, cash is under fire. I mean, I admit Easy Pass is not that hard to do and all, but Henry, my producer, objects. He doesn't want people tracking him. You know, as he's out there, he's getting guests for the show. I don't want that to be tracked. You might steal them then. You got trackers out there.
And listen, Henry is not seeing black helicopters in the sky. The day will come where they say, look, you were in Hamilton and you paid the toll, and then you paid the toll in Atlantic City, and we know now you were going X miles an hour because that's, you know, it's math.
Right. Yep.
And they're going to start to send tickets. It's going to happen. So the tracking is reasonable to be opposed. Now, the whole thing was a trick because if you signed up in the beginning, you got a very comfortable, nice discount.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, we got you, suckers. The discount is gone. Now it's, hey, you're even more suckers. If you don't have it, now you pay twice as much. It's really terrible. And to go back, not to go too deep into the weeds, but a legendary senator by the name of Hap Farley, Frank Hap Farley, created the expressway through his sheer personality. The deal with the people was as soon as the cost of building this road from Philadelphia to Atlantic City is paid for, the tolls come off.
Yeah.
Ha, ha, ha. The joke was on us.
Yes, exactly. And this is the same outfit, though, that's fine with a company affiliated with the Red Chinese, gets to monitor or run Easy Pass on the turnpike.
Yeah, and look, even the Atlantic City Expressway, look where these bills come from. They're coming from Texas and other states. I mean, it's crazy. And don't even get me started on this gas tax that they suckered. It was like a 52 to 48% referendum vote. I did everything I could to try to get the word out that you are voting for increases on your gas for the rest of eternity. People thought it was like a one-shot deal. Hey, we got a problem in the Transportation Trust Fund. Can you help us out?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how these questions are worded. You can't even understand them. Then the interpretation statement is even more confusing than the question itself. And we have another gas tax increase going into effect tomorrow, which takes New Jersey from third lowest in the country just a few years ago to fifth highest in the country.
We still have you beaten, though, thanks to Republicans here, and I did everything I could, including 5 or 6 of them we kicked out of office, and they still did it.
Yeah, Chris Christie gave us this tax.
Exactly.
Shame on him.
Yeah, exactly.
Shame on him.
Let's swivel to your other real portfolio here. Working for President Trump, really keen analysis of him. Where do you think where Trump is right now at this point in time? Does he seem to be in command of doing exactly what he wants? Is there something a little bit amiss that he's got to straighten out?
The perception is that something is amiss. That's going to have to be dealt with because perception is reality unless you can overcome it. He's accomplishing so much. If you look at the 11th month record, a completely sealed border, gas that's now in New Jersey, like about $2.85. I mean, we know where it was before. Even with our high gas tax, it would even be lower. You look at everything that he has done, the record is great. GDP 4.3%, inflation 2.7%. You look at everything that's going on. However, go poll the people. 90% of Democrats will tell you it's terrible, and we know what they're all about. But it's about 90% of independents are saying that it's not good. So the midterms are going to go to the Democrats unless we can turn this thing around. And I mean, just change the perception.
Exactly.
People have to believe, though. You can't make someone, if they just paid $10 for a 4-ounce filet mignon at a big box store that used to cost $5, you can't tell them to feel good. So the disconnect is partly perception and part the high prices still remain. So they're only going up 2.7% and not 9.2%, but they're still going up. And people want prices to come down. And I don't think they're going to say yes to how do you feel until, and I know that sounds like a soppy question, but that's going to determine who has the House of Representatives.
I agree. And it's given the Democrats something. They really have nothing. They're the architects of making things unaffordable. But for the next 6 months, they could ride the hatred of Trump that they have and affordability. That's enough period of time to ride it. We can snatch affordability back. You're right, Harry. And I'm so glad
Dom,
that the two of us can say this, because some people in talk radio, well, that seems too touchy-feely. It is a perceptual reality that people are feeling unaffordable.
And that is the truth. And if some people want to throw up in their mouth about it, then whatever. But we tell the truth. And I know you tell the truth when it's Dom time. Here's what I know. I know that starting tomorrow, because the legislators left without getting it resolved, and the party that's in the majority is going to be blamed, and that's the Republicans, when your premium for your health care, which stinks and really is only catastrophic care, it's not even health care anymore. So you need to get cancer or need a heart transplant before you can pay your $20,000 deductible. It's absolutely out of control. But right now you're paying $888, and starting tomorrow you're going to be paying $1,900. And guess what, Dom? Guess who gets blamed for that?
Republicans, absolutely. The media will go down that, even though we know the whole trail on this thing. Harry, on the other side, though, they can't control themselves. Jersey apparently is one of the states that is going to attack people. The no tax on tips federally will go through. But the state, New York has said it, and Jersey has said it, they're going to still tax on tips and tax on overtime.
Yeah, and that's terrible. Look, we had an election, and you got to give it to Mikey Sherrill. She got 600,000 more votes than any man or woman who has ever run in New Jersey. I can't understand it, but I accept it. It really happened.
Harry, let me interrupt, though. You're such a good friend with Jack. Without confidences, they're just back channel. I tried to reach him, too, and just salute him, and I hope he knows deep down. I think he ran a great race by anything that I could imagine. My own experience with him up close, your validity on this. This was about Trump. This was about going after Trump. And the media let her say she was going to make electricity, et cetera, affordable on day one.
Yes.
And that was
it. Support policies that would make it more expensive.
How's he feel? Does he have a sense of all that?
I have spoken to Jack.
Okay.
And he has not spoken to many people. I have spoken to him. He really wanted to be governor, but not because he wanted power and all this. He wanted to do a good job.
Exactly.
He wanted to bring energy prices back. He wanted to take sanctuary cities and all of this nonsense out of New Jersey. He spent 10 years trying to get the job. Mm-hmm. And guess what? If you told him that he was going to get the amount of votes that he got, he would have told you that he won the election.
Yeah.
He got the second most votes in the history of New Jersey.
It's amazing.
It's just nobody expected the Democrat and the independent-leaning voters that leaned Democrat this time. It goes to show you, people say you better vote for something and not against something. The hatred of Trump by his opponents, it's visceral, Dom. They came out. They were voting against Trump. And the problem is when Trump's on the ballot, it's great. It's good news. When he's not on the ballot, you get all the bad stuff and none of the good Trump. It's a double whammy.
I agree. And it's the people he brings out are only going to do it when he's on the ballot. Now, I think it's smart, though. Susie Wiles seems to be the quarterback of this. They're going to run as if Trump is on the ballot. They're going to nationalize it.
They need to do that.
But they have to really drill that. And he's got to speak directly to those voters. And he's got to be blunt and say, if you don't vote, I have no time for you. I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's a couple things, Dom, that we need to keep our eye on. When the Supreme Court, and this might be July, but when the Supreme Court comes out with that 14th Amendment, natural-born citizen determination, that could mean 10 seats in the House for Republicans if they side, because I don't think it was ever the intention. This was when Lincoln was in office and African Americans were not given a full citizenship. This was not that if somebody comes here into this country illegally, has a child, that child is a natural-born American, and her parents and grandparents and everybody else in the family get to come here to this country. That's not how that should be interpreted, but that's how it is being interpreted now. The Supreme Court could change all that, and that could be a big part in this election. Also, does Gavin Newsom get away with his change in California, because that will take 5 seats. New York, with some of the people, Stefanik and others not running, that may take seats. Because, Republicans in those seats, that's not an automatic Republican win. It's those unique candidates, Lawler, Stefanik, people like that. You take them out of play, Democrats can easily win those seats. So this midterm, which if history, it passes prologue, it usually is, would go to the Democrats just by breathing air. You take all these other factors, health care and all this other stuff, the metrics that are at play, this is very much in doubt at this time.
Absolutely. I've been waiting all day. Parting question, too, for you, Harry. With what we see in Minnesota, and I'm not talking Somalis here, in Atlantic City, can Atlantic City, do you think, rival them when it comes to fraudulent behavior?
No. Atlantic City would be like Oz compared to Minnesota, Minneapolis, and such.
Yeah.
I called. I worked nationally yesterday for Fox News. Had a great time, and I called the Quality Leering Center. Did you hear me, Dom?
Yep.
Not Learning Center. The Leering Center. Got a bogus message that said I could leave a message, but then it said the mailbox is full, and then it hangs up on you. They've gotten millions of dollars at the Leering Center.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Harry, next time you're on nationally, too, check it. They're on the wrong avenue. They misspelled the avenue that they're on the door.
It's unbelievable. That's their learning. So no shock.
It must be graduates of the Atlantic City or Philadelphia Public Schools. That's what
and by the way,
saying.
Who is Tim Walz? Tampon Tim is blaming President Trump.
Absolutely,
okay?
Yes.
You can't make this stuff up.
Harry, have a great new year. Where do we find all things Harry Hurley, particularly that article you wrote and other subsequent articles?
Thanks so much, Dom, and I love being on your show. Happy New Year to you, my friend, to Roe, everybody in your family. HarryHurley.com, HarryHurley.net, HarryHurley.info, WPGTalkRadio.com, WPG Talk Radio, the app.
That seems like enough stuff to find Harry Hurley.
So.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Stay well.
Happy New Year. See you, Dom.
All right. DomGiordano.com, DomGiordano.org, Giordano. All right. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time photo. Does that make you feel better, Henry, that he was writing about this? They just dumped it at the 11th hour here.
Yeah.
Because they could get away with it.
Yeah.
Last day of the year, just out of the blue. I didn't know that was coming.
Somebody's putting up the good fight.
Oh, man. So hopefully, you did it last year when we were at the Farley doing the kickoff of Memorial Day. We usually have the guy on. That'll be an interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be calm. Not going to – you can't go over the top rope with a guy. Just we can probe a little bit.
Chomping at the bit here.
Yeah, exactly. 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
New Year's Eve celebrations in Philadelphia include an LL Cool J concert on the Parkway, followed by fireworks. There are also 2 fireworks shows over the Delaware. Sixers rookie VJ Edgecombe drills a game-winning 3 in Memphis, and the Flyers win in Vancouver.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Happy New Year. We'll be saying that all day tomorrow, too. New Year's from the Dom Dome. It's always a very special experience. Well, I'm at home broadcasting. I got to make it sound that way. Are you on tomorrow, Henry, or are you on an R?
No, I'll be walking the streets.
Oh, you'll be at the parade?
I will.
Feel free to call in if you want to give us a report that, is somewhat not inebriated.
Yeah, we'll see how many beverages I've had.
I'm surprised you're a parade watcher.
I'm usually not, but I live in the city, and I'm like, why
right.
not?
Yeah.
I feel like I've been doing New Year's Eve too hard for the last however many years, so why not do New Year's Day instead?
Yeah, I am not a fan of the Mummers Parade on the record.
I haven't been in probably over a decade, and I wasn't a fan then. So we'll see about this time.
It's like all year, are we going to see the same thing again, the Macarena again? And look, I get the idea. A couple times they've been on point. The satiric, the wenches, I guess, right? The people that do some kind of play on something.
Yeah.
But the time they had an older boy running down Broad Street with a priest chasing him. No, guys, not in a New Year's Day parade. The Krasner stuff has been, and the Jim Kenney stuff has been pretty good. And you never know. They set up all these boundaries, but then all of a sudden something.
It only takes one.
Yeah, one knucklehead, and then we're off on it. Yeah. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with the Reverend Joshua Robinson, who we had on the show. He's from Harrisburg. Wrote a piece the other day in the Washington Post that plays out into an incredibly important election, not just because who's the governor in Pennsylvania, because we don't want any more wind in the sails of the chameleon, the fake Josh Shapiro. And the Reverend wrote that he is blackwashing Shapiro, meaning, the Crown Act, you can't discriminate based upon hair, particularly for African Americans. But Josh Shapiro will not allow school choice of any magnitude to go through, and kids still suffer. Harrisburg schools, Philadelphia schools. The big, beautiful bill from President Trump and the Republicans is there. All he has to do is sign it, and magical things will happen for thousands of families across Pennsylvania for years. Won't say whether he'll do it or not. And he's in a dogfight with Stacey Garrity. All right, the Reverend's next, then your calls. All-time photo here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead is a totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Cue ball and co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
All right, it is Dom time. Happy New Year. We'll be with you tomorrow. Henry will be on parade duty. I'm sure we'll get some commentary on that. In a moment, we're going to talk with the Reverend Joshua Robertson, big player in the education field, in the political world too, consortium of black ministers primarily. And the Washington Post just published one of his columns about our buddy, Governor Josh Shapiro. And in there, he talked about this Crown Act that was passed. Okay, there may be some discrimination around hairstyle, hair texture, whatever. Let's fix that. But they touted that, I think is the point, as if they've solved something unbelievable while ignoring what is right in front of us and what we know works. I told you yesterday. The Success Charter Schools in New York, I think there's 59 of them with 22,000 students. They are number one in math across the entire state of New York and number two in reading. Charter schools. Now, with Mandami coming in, we're going to see what happens. So hopefully we'll hear from Joshua Robertson here momentarily. I'm a big fan of his and the work that he's done along with these other ministers. We have the big, beautiful bill coming up where, waving the magic wand, the governor, I'm going to ask Pastor Robertson that here in a second. Pastor Joshua C. Robertson joins us. Pastor, Happy New Year. It's always an honor to speak with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Happy New Year, and thanks for having me. It's such an honor.
Well, when we spoke before, I was very much impressed. Question, sort of out of order here before I get to the Crown Act. How much money, do you have any sense, the governor would be able to sign off on under the big, beautiful bill that would go to nonprofits, organizations like yours, I would hope, where people could access that and free their child to a better environment? How much would Pennsylvania get? Do you have any idea?
It's $1,700 per kid.
Okay.
Yes, and that would be, it's a tax credit program, $1,700 per kid, and that's the great thing about this bill is it's for all Americans. So it doesn't matter what school system the kid is in. This is really at the delegation of parents to use for the to really help their children as far as their educational plight.
Now, they at least take your call, I think, when we've talked before, Pastor. Do you have any idea whether or not Josh Shapiro will sign that? It should be a no-brainer, right?
It should be a no-brainer, and I think that absolutely he should. I haven't heard any rumors of him not signing it, but you just never know. I don't know if there's any political reason why not. My concern with our governor, although I know he's well capable and he's very intelligent and articulate, I don't know that he has the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in his heart as much as he has Pennsylvania Avenue. And so, I'm sometimes a little leery about, what's his real motive. And so I'm hoping that he will do it. And I believe that, like I said, I believe he has every faculty to do it, but I just don't know. Don't know what's really in his heart right now.
Now, your piece in the Washington Post, which is good territory to be in, you talked about the term blackwashing. You talked about the Crown Act, which, okay, there's discrimination there. We ought to address it. But the elephant in the room, so to speak, is what is happening in cities like Harrisburg, where you are, Philadelphia, where I am, and the beat goes on and on and on. And we don't want to free kids up. The governor said that, then he backed away. So tell me what you meant by blackwashing.
Well, again, I feel like in one way he is looking to remain in office and giving the appearance that he is for all people and trying to help specifically people of color. And, I actually appreciate, the Crown Act and the fact that people are not discriminated on any basis. But when you have 250,000 children in Pennsylvania that are not at grade level in reading and math, it's a national crisis. It's a crisis in our state. What good is it if the child won't be discriminated once they get to the interview if they can't fill out the application because they can't read and write? And so we have our priorities messed up. And that was the point of the article, that the priority should not be on, you being able to get your hair braided or dreaded. And I know what that's like as a person who experienced that myself. I know what it's like to feel that discrimination. But what's really important is that we help these children and these communities to educate our children better. That needs to be the focus. And so for me, it was a calling card to our governor to get his head in the right place.
Well, and you and the pastors are doing that. Explain to the listeners, and we've talked in the podcast, and I think on the air, a little bit more of what your gift is. What are you doing for children? What's the program?
Absolutely. We have the Rock City Learning Center, but not just that. We have 5 learning centers across Pennsylvania now, and we are rescuing kids and utilizing our church spaces to do it. So we partner with education providers, and then we provide in-person care for virtual students. That's not the only model that we have. We also have a private Christian school. We support a charter school. But any pastors that are leveraging their church buildings for education, we want to partner with to help overcome this educational crisis we have in Pennsylvania. And so, when we first started in 2023, it was really a black pastor, United for Education.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's black pastors and beyond, black, Hispanic, white, Asian, all throughout this country and all throughout this great state of Pennsylvania, who are uniting and really taking on the mantle of the 21st century trustees of our children's future. And I believe that education is that cause of the 21st century, and we're saving America.
Absolutely. And, if I might add, you shouldn't have to cobble all this together. It takes a lot of initiative, what you've done to put this together. But having the resources, having this be facilitated more, and then you guys can concentrate on saving more kids, particularly one of the pastors, I'm not sure if it was you or I think it was the Philadelphia pastor, I talked about with young males in the neighborhood not too far from me being a prime target to be rescued.
Absolutely. When you look at, in a community like I serve, where my church is, and in Philadelphia, and you look at how many young black males are, involved in street drugs and gang activity, and what we have to realize is, when you don't get the right community, which should be your churches, your D9 organizations, your community organizations, your Boys and Girls Club, when you are not surrounded by that type of community, there are alternative communities that steer children in the wrong direction. So it's time for us as a community, as a church community, to step up to the plate. And stepping up to the plate sometimes means having hard conversations with our lawmakers. The truth of the matter is, I would love to talk to Governor Josh Shapiro without having to write an op-ed, but he doesn't seem very interested in talking to, someone like myself, even though I'm in his state. And so for me, is if we could talk about it and come up with mutual solutions, things could be a lot different. But, I am not about to allow politics and all of that to get in front of our responsibility to serve people.
Well, the guy I'd like to have you have a conversation with, though, Shapiro, you played it out very well. It's Matt Bradford. Do you know of him, Reverend? He's in my neck of the woods. He's the majority leader. I have Garrity on. I have the head of the Senate. Every one of them, almost unprompted, talks about the deal is, all right, Josh Shapiro's running for president. He'll go play ball with Bradford, and Bradford is the one standing in the schoolhouse door here, the Democrat majority leader in the House. Nothing can be done because this guy has the ability somehow to block a lot of this.
Well, I mean, all of that, to me, boils down to a political game. And to me, it's a bunch of excuses. And I know what that's like. I'm a pastor of a church. So I have people who are subordinate in my church, but at the end of the day, the buck stops with you, and excuses are tools of the incompetent. So, when you have 250,000 children hemorrhaging in Pennsylvania, I'm not down with the finger pointing. The reality is, we need our governor to have courageous, bold, transformational leadership, visionary leadership for the future. Our kids need him to make important decisions, to get the right people around the table to make the important decisions, and to put politics aside and put people first. That's what he was elected to do. And so, I think if he would do that, just look at the polls. I mean, over 90% of black pollers want school choice. Over 80% of Hispanic pollers want school choice.
But let me ask you, Pastor, let me ask you on that, too. And, I'm not saying I'm just doing this to be rational. I'm a conservative.
Sure.
But they don't vote on that, though. This should be the prime issue to vote on. If you oppose that, it's inexcusable. There's no reason. I just let off right before you came on. The Success Academies in New York, there's 59 of them, 22,000 students charter. They're number one in the state, and that's a pretty good-sized school district. Number one in the state in math, and number two in the state in reading. That's against some pretty high-powered school districts. They are number one. So we know that this works. It's just a question of people have to vote on it.
I think people have to vote on it, but that's another piece of evidence that you're saying right now that our educational system is not working because people are not civically engaged and informed enough to understand the power of their vote.
Right.
That's my opinion. And so for me, I look at, as an African-American man, who is independent and not tied to either party. But I look at the majority of the people who come from my community are by default Democrat. And because of that, I believe that the Democratic Party ignores the black vote once they get in office. Then they do their own agenda, and they don't consider the real interests of black or whoever else voted them in office. I think that there are, underlying agendas that are, cascading as what people want, but it's not true. And so I think if we had educational systems that would teach, children how to rightly engage in the democratic system, then, you have people who are voting based off of their ideals, their principles, the laws that they want to see versus voting by default to a party that doesn't carry and with integrity keep their interests at heart.
Now, does your group or you individually, do you endorse, say, in the governor's race, and have you talked to Stacey Garrity yet?
No, we're a nonpartisan organization, so we wouldn't do that.
Have you talked to Garrity, though? Has she talked to you?
No, not as of yet.
Well, I got to make that happen. I'm surprised because education in this race, I've spoken with her, had her on a dozen times, and we agree it's one of the top 2 or 3 issues. It's a civil rights issue of our time, and I will try to make sure that she talks with you because I feel what you're doing obviously works at so many different levels. We just have to scale it up more.
Absolutely. And we are open to talking to any and all of our lawmakers because our job is to pray for them. Our job is to encourage them, but our job is also to tell them the uncomfortable truths to make sure that they are caring about the least of these. And so I think that if, that's the job of pastors, that's really the role of Black Pastors United for Education.
Absolutely. Where do we find you, Pastor?
You can find us on all social media network as far as Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Black Pastors United for Education, bpue.org is our website. And you can get more information there.
Appreciate it very much. Happy New Year, to be continued. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you and your family. Blessings to you.
Pastor Joshua C. Robertson here on Talk Radio 1210. Look, he's walking a line here, but you heard what he said with Josh Shapiro. Look at Stacey Garrity. He's got to talk with these guys. They're on to something. They're doing great stuff. If it's not an issue, and again, I believe those polling numbers, school choice, call it what you will. He talked about Hispanic, black voters. Is that an issue to vote on? That's a pretty big issue to be taking a look voting on. And this guy, Matt Bradford, is just amazing, just stunning in full view what he engages in. All right, I'm coming to you next. All-time photo. AP Photos of the Year out this year, and I wouldn't say that any of them are anything to write home about. They're not bad. Hit us with the all-time photo, though. What do you think is the photo that speaks to you? 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Gold is now over $4,500 an ounce. Did you get some jewelry as a gift that you don't like? Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,500 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike just off Kings Highway and 295. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, if you were planning a nice evening watching the ball drop, how about watching New York City drop? Mandani, I didn't know this, is going to be sworn in at midnight tonight. They're not waiting.
All right.
At midnight.
I respect that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So do I, at an abandoned subway underneath. And Bernie Sanders, I think, is the swearer-inner. And AOC is the headliner speaker here. What could go wrong with this at midnight tonight? Yeah, well, that's a
it does
good political
sound
move.
like something out of Batman. Like
Gotham City.
He's swearing in at midnight on the,
exactly.
the abandoned subway.
He's got to get busy wrecking the city. By the way, a feel-good story, and we have to get the guy back on, the head of the SEPTA police. And I don't have the final number for 2025. I think somebody was talking about this. I only have it year over year from June of 24, I guess, to July of 25 or July of 24, that SEPTA police charge more than 7,400 people with theft of services, a summary offense that requires people to go to court and carry a fine up to $300. This year alone, more than, now remember, this is half year, so maybe it's even a lot more. More than 3,200 riders have been charged with the crime, the vast majority this spring, a staggering jump compared with just 312 people charged within the same time frame the previous year. The bottom line is this, though. Has anybody charted? What did Let 'em Go Larry do with that? How many of those people had to pay that fine? So when we had on the head of SEPTA this past summer, he asked to come on. He said they were cracking down on that. There is some evidence of it. But again, this is what happens if Krasner does nothing. Then people feel, well, why continue to do this? So we'll get him back on and find out of all these people that they caught and charged, and it takes, a good bit to do this, how many of them actually had to pay the $300? And if it was more than once, because it probably would be, what ratchets up to the next level? So this is a good news story, but it all comes back to Krasner. What does he do? All right, David in Lexington is next. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom and everybody, and hope y'all have a great new year.
Thank you, David. Same to you. It's been a great one with you in 25.
I've had a good time with it, so looking for more next year. When I heard that pastor talking, he reminded me of a pastor down in North Carolina named Patrick Wooden, who says a lot of the same things, and he's also moderate. He doesn't belong to either party. But he made a comment one time that it's resonated with me. He said, when one party, no matter what they do, just be Republican, no matter what they do for you, they're not going to get your vote. And then you have the other party that no matter what they don't do for you is going to get your vote. Nothing's going to change. And that is so true.
That's why when he cited that polling, I think it's true. But is there a more important issue? What are they voting on? I'd like to hear, other than one party is definitively going to free your kids from these public schools. The other party, led by Matt Bradford, is going to block them.
Right. Yeah, you can't make the stuff up, Don. But I don't know. It's just I don't have hope that anything's going to change. They're going to keep
David,
voting.
let me be. I love Stacey Garrity and all, but look, I know this guy. I'm one guy with Henry here too, and I had him on my podcast, etc. You got to reach out to a guy like this.
Absolutely, you do.
I mean, let's make the campaign about stuff. Not that he's going to endorse necessarily, but he gives you fodder of exactly what's going on, and he's got moral standing in this for obvious reasons.
Right. And then when people say, hey, you don't even reach out to our community, you say, yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
exactly.
I do reach out,
Yeah.
So I agree. As far as my side, well, first of all, my tradition, Dom, is we clean everything in the house. We wash every bit of clothing, linens, towels, everything, put them away. All the dishes, pots, pans, put them away. Take the trash out. And then we put some coins under the welcome mat. And then the next day on January 1st, we pull the money back. And that's to kind of symbolize, I guess, money coming into the home for the next year. So that's our kind of year's
where
tradition.
does that one come from? That's an interesting under the mat. Well, if it were North Charlie, I don't know if that money be coming into the home for the next year. There you go.
You had to put fake money. But no, my cousin, my Pennsylvania Dutch cousin, that's where I got it from her. So I don't know if it's that or it's just something she's done. But yeah, the other tradition is calling the police at about 2:00 in the morning, complaining about the noise.
Oh yeah, of course.
As far as my side answer goes, other than the iconic picture of you almost eating an oyster, I'm going to go with the Farrah Fawcett poster.
That is a great
No
one.
male in that time frame did not have that poster on his walls. It was everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if there could be more perfect hair and just a perfect presentation.
Exactly.
And it wasn't photoshopped. They didn't have that back then.
No,
yeah.
right.
The Fawcett poster. Thank you very much. We'll include posters. Henry is including memes here, which is a good one.
Yeah,
I don't know who would be the Farrah Fawcett of today. And I ask this all the time. The other day, the guy said it's like Mario Andretti. So if we wanted to say, well, that woman's attractive, but she's no
Margot Robbie,
and you'd say Margot Robbie. I don't think that's enough.
Yeah. Dua Lipa.
Are they well known enough? We might have to search for one here. I don't know.
I don't. I mean, I don't know if it gets much bigger than Robbie.
But I don't, I know her, the Barbie film, the whole thing. I'm not sure.
Well, I think the bigger issue with your, is she big enough? There's no monoculture, so there's no, we're not revolving around one person like we would the Farrah Fawcett poster.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we need to work on that one. The Mario Andretti, though, was lame by CNN. I think we agree on that one. He's no Mario Andretti.
Yeah, it's a tough because there's so many different types of racing too, and colloquially,
Einstein's about the only one that stands the test of time.
I think
50 years from now, Einstein will still be Einstein.
And then in inverse, you got Copernicus. Calling someone an idiot and a bit of an idiot. Nice thinking there, Copernicus.
We might say that caller was pretty good, but he's no Joe of Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Happy New Year again.
Happy New Year.
And I finally get to follow up my friend Dave from South Carolina. That's a first for a New Year.
Boy, that was a hard-fought battle. The numbers were staggering. That looked like Jersey. It looked like Mikey Sherrill was pulled in those votes.
That was crazy. Those numbers were going up fast. Those numbers were going up faster than the interest on the national debt.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the theme for today, from the morning till now, has been about preachers and chaplains, and we better watch who we're listening to these days, Dom, because I've said it. And Satan resides in the church because that's the opponent. That's his opponent's team room, and he reads the Bible and he's well versed at it because that's his opponent's playbook. So we better watch who we're getting our spirituality from. We better have pretty good discernment because this is a dangerous time. So that's my New Year's message for everyone. And as far as the Italian, I thought this was an Italian tradition. Maybe it's my own household. Did you ever have to eat lentils for New Year's for prosperity?
I've heard of that. Now, Rose, Joe, and this is Italian, you met her up and down the line, are giving, I have to bring home hundreds of grapes. Everybody coming to a party tomorrow night gets green grapes.
No, that was never.
Yeah.
We always had to eat grandmom's, and now my mother's lentils.
That seems pretty miserable. How's that going to help?
Oh, it was a great lentil soup, Dom. It had garlic. It had everything in it. It was very, very good. Sausage chunks. It was very good.
Okay.
But I guess maybe it's a regional thing. Who knows? My side answer, and I was wavering a little bit between Frank Sinatra's black and white arrest photo that's in every mob-owned pizza parlor in New Jersey. But I had to settle in on that scowling, rebellious frown photo of Donald Trump's arrest.
Yeah, he hit it right in what he came up with to pose for that. And the hair looks surprisingly good, Joe. I saw him on a bad hair day in the Oval Office. It was murderous.
And the day I saw that, and ever since, it's talked to me. It says, to this day, it says, bring it. Just bring it.
Yeah, that is a good one. Thank you, Joe. Happy New Year again. All right, more calls coming up. 855-839-1210. Affordability is the watchword. I'm going to give you what the governor of Virginia has said will make for affordability in her state, but I want to tease it with the main one, or one of them. It's a rope-a-dope tactic. Abigail, the new governor of Virginia. The previous governor, Youngkin, vetoed this. The legislature passed a bill saying that with insurance premiums, you can't jack them up. I think they jacked them up 10 to 15% if you were a smoker. I think that's legit. I think all the evidence is there that if you're a smoker. Now, should there be other things? Yeah, I'm open to hearing those. But what she's going to do to say we're making things more affordable, she wants to take that away. Well, what does it do for the overall insured? It's going to raise rates. Why? Because people that are smokers, statistically, are going to have more issues. Also, everything that's in her package of affordability on day one might lower something for somebody, but ultimately, say over the course of 6 months to a year, it's going to raise the entire mass for everybody in Virginia. So this is the tactic. This is what they're going to play with affordability. But Mondami is not going to do that. And Henry's right. It is a political masterstroke. I mean, I would do that. I'm saying I am mayor of New York right at the stroke of midnight. Gotham City. Bernie Sanders, the penguin there. And an abandoned subway stop under the mayor's house. And let's get the bat signal up there to go out. He is the face of the Democrat Party. They're not going to be able to, everybody's going to be asking about him. Now, is he going to fold in a little bit? Not based upon his appointments. He's going to go down Broadway, I think. And the more that he does and the quicker he does it, the more problematic it's going to be for every Democrat out there. So be watching that tonight. I mean, which one? I'll be watching that. I can't stomach because I've only met him once. And Anderson Cooper is not my favorite. But seeing him lower himself with the other guy that does,
Cohen.
that does New Year's Eve with him, I don't get it. He seems uncomfortable to me, Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was out at the old station. He was on the music station, and he was coming out. So, of course, I had to waylay him. Couldn't get him to come into the studio. They're walking him out. Right here. Here's the door. That's my all-time memory. I wish you had been there.
Yeah.
When the movie director called, and he must have thought he was calling WOGL, something like that. He got us, and I just put him on.
Tarantino?
Yeah. And he was unbelievable. He said, I love this type of conversation. I didn't get the home number. And that's the guy you want to talk with at length. It was just very easy and very...
because, if you rev him up and get him going, he'll never stop.
Very smart. There was nothing objectionable. It was just all movie talk in a brilliant way. You could just see the guy's head crawls with it. All right, so 855-839-1210. What are you doing for New Year's Eve? Henry, no tradition for you. Row the grapes.
The grapes.
Good luck.
I had 12 grapes under the table
at
midnight.
Under the table. That's right, you said. Yeah. And something about whoever enters your house first.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be carrying money. Suppose Mondami's coming into your house or Bernie Sanders into your house tonight.
They better have a 20 in their pocket.
Yeah, or Nick Shirley. Last night seeing Abby Phillip and seeing our friend Scott Jennings ready to explode, saying, who is this guy? What right does he have to be knocking on doors? What? They're making the story now, Nick Shirley. And Scott Presler has a lot of Minnesota involvement with the voting system. He's going to be on Monday at 2 o'clock. We'll get to the bottom of that with Scott. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Still windy into the early evening. Overnight low 25. Wednesday 33, mostly cloudy. On New Year's Day, high 31 and partly cloudy. Friday 34, more sunshine on Sunday.
Everyone deserves more this season. That's why Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading bring you 0.9% financing for up to 72 months on the 2025 Mazda CX-5 and CX-50. Shop online at piazzamazda.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. What a great year it's been. Last show of the year. And tomorrow we sort of kick off the new year. I'll be with you from the Dom Dome. Got a great side question that encapsulates all that. Today, the AP's out with their pictures of the year. Some of them are beautifully done, but I don't see anything where you go, wow. So I'm looking for something. What's the is it? All right, we got the Trump picture. We got the Trump mugshot. What else is a more recent, say, last 10 years? Getting harder and harder, that art form, because of all the digital stuff, because of all the immediacy of people seeing stuff again and again, versus something that becomes the template of the whole thing and that people can interpret like a work of art. And some of these photos are. I mean, I wish I were there with the guy who captured the kiss. I don't know if he knew what he had when he did it, that what that would represent to a lot of people. But, this next picture, to me, represents something important, that Americans were not going to die because we did have a president who decided to do what needed to be done. Michael in Wilmington on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Doc, and Happy New Year to you and all the crew. Well, you just shot me in the foot there because of the 10-year thing.
That's okay. I just said we get some more. Yours is great, too. Tell us why you chose it. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I hate to get a little serious here on New Year's Eve, but I think the mushroom cloud, the first atomic bomb hitting Japan, I think that says a lot about humanity, in the history of photography. It changed the world. But again, I don't mean to be too serious.
No. Look, I love it when that comes up because that picture represents to me how many American presidents would have done that. Thank God Harry Truman did it, and he had to do it again. And even then, they were reluctant. Yet you have people, Michael, who think, I guess, that we should have lost 600,000 American lives.
That's right. And Japanese lives.
Oh, millions.
Kids.
Millions.
Kids that were ready to defend the homeland.
Yeah.
But that picture just, I remember seeing it as a kid, like, wow, holy smokes, look at that. And understanding what it was,
Yeah, and how it dramatizes, and that's the most rudimentary level of the atomic age, what we have today, my God.
Yes. The threat is still there.
Happy New Year, Michael. Thank you. No, that's a great, I just said the last 10 years, I'm just trying to freshen up, and, it's, I don't know I'd have to Google and see best photos of the last 10 or 15 years.
I'm trying to find
Does one
some.
pop to you?
One pops to me. It's Obama, Biden, Hillary Clinton, Robert Gates all sitting in the I guess the meeting room or the situation room
for Bin Laden.
Bin Laden.
Yeah.
That's a good one, I think.
And that's where Joe Biden. Yeah, it is. I agree. Where Joe Biden said, "Don't do it. Don't do it." Wrong again. According to all accounts, Hillary, I have no doubt. Yeah, do it. Hillary would have dropped the atomic bomb. I have no doubt about it. On that score, what she would do. A lot of these other presidents, I don't see it. And what was it? 3-day wait until the second one. And even then, it took apparently the emperor to rule, no, we're not going to continue in this. I think we had a third, but I'm a little unclear on that. And then after that, maybe not. And the guesstimate, Michael's right, it wouldn't have just been 600,000 American lives, but they would have fought house to house. He was a god. And you're talking about kids that would have been killed house to house. So Harry Truman afterwards said, what an awful thing that this is the decision he had to make. But that he was happy he did it. And the pilots that dropped the bomb said the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we are the only nation that has done that. I get that. But, put yourself in the context of this. Bill O'Reilly ends one of his books, not one that I had him here in town for, Killing the Japanese Empire, the Rising Sun. And he writes, Bill O'Reilly here, I might not have been here. His father was on a ship headed to the invasion of Japan. And how many people would not have ever lived? How many people would not have had life and had that person? And imagine fighting your way across Europe to conquer Nazism and then having to turn, and this is what would have happened, to be the force to invade the home islands. And we saw what happened in Okinawa and places like that. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So this idea that that was the wrong decision, on moral grounds, it's absolutely the right decision. And I think it saved Japanese lives. And now today, Japan is a completely different, due to MacArthur and due to his stewardship. Hey, by the way, I mentioned this early on, then we'll take a couple more calls. As a result of what Nick Shirley did, crowdfunded Doge has a plan to hire dozens of Nick Shirleys across America and build a decentralized Doge-inspired network of citizen journalists funded by tech investors, backed by private investigators to expose and document fraud in blue states and red states. Strategy: flood the news with the irrefutable cases so legacy media can't bury it and Democrats can't spin fast enough. Okay, this is what's being proposed. Here's the secret sauce. This guy's got style. Now, I think the sunglasses should go. Nick Shirley. Sunglasses look a little bit not so good in this. But he's got an eye. He's got a gut for this. And they did open the door a little bit. And he doesn't barge in there in the middle of a bunch of kids. He just continues the conversation.
Yeah.
This was very much Frank Scales with Larry Krasner. There's got to be a certain, call it what you will, entertainment value, something of that nature. And hey, by the way, I'm watching during this, Syracuse got 2 feet of snow. I'm watching people dig out of the 2 feet. And you mean to say you're going to pull into that space after a man or woman digs out 2 feet? I don't think so. That's one of the laws, the 11th commandment, that has gone away. You just see it all the time. It's a quality of life issue. So this idea with this Nick Shirley guy, why has it popped now? Because of social media. He knows how to do social media. He had 42 minutes of this. It's compelling. It's fun. It's interesting. Why in the world would the media be mad? Well, because they're biased and they're lazy often. And they're claiming, well, this is an investigation. How do we know these places are actually fraudulent? Yeah, like the Leering Center. That's not fraudulent. I mean, my God. And even if some of these are just violative and not completely fraudulent, there's hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. By the way, Henry, a little sports thing here, too, and I'll tell you how this goes. A second New England Patriot has been charged in a 2-day span.
Oh, I didn't see
And I
this.
just saw this come down, and I believe it's the same kind of thing.
Ooh, Christian Barmore. Yeah, that's
if
another
it's the
big
same,
one for them.
the way this comes down is, why does one have anything to do with the other? Well, because you see 2 cases like this, are people going to say, hey, this is a team that has a chance to go pretty far, and these guys got to play. I think the hearing for Diggs is not until February. So this is a real dilemma. It appears to me at this point, he's going to be able to play.
Yeah, they're not going to suspend him.
I don't see anything being done here.
Barring some damning evidence hitting, social media or something where the outcry is too much. Yeah, no, they'll both be playing.
All right. Well, we'll see then what the NFL says as this continues. Now, the other related one, and I think we differ on this, I didn't see if it's official or not, but the Eagles, by 99% certitude, are not playing their starters at all, at least at this point, on Sunday, right?
That's
what I hear. Yeah. I just am floored by that. I really am. I don't sanction it. I don't understand it. Having the number 2 seed is a big deal. I think they're kidding themselves. Can they beat them with backups? Yes. I'm not sure what the line is.
3.5.
Is the line still? Okay, 3.5. So it's gone down by half.
It's gone down from 7.5 to 3.5.
Yeah, so the line is telling you something here. I would bet the other side, they're going to be fired up, and I would predict, here's the first prediction of the year, the Eagles have to send in their starters at some point.
No.
Is what you'll see. Okay.
No shot.
You got the other side on that. All right, we'll see you on Monday.
I think the Bears are kind of in the same scenario as us because that's who we're competing for the 2 seed.
Yeah, right.
I mean, they're. I don't know how. I mean, I guess they're going to play their starters.
They have
the
to.
God. The Lions are going to come after them with the same ferocity that the Commanders are going to come after the Eagles. It's a divisional game
and a better team.
Neither team's going to the playoffs. They're going to bust their hump.
Yeah, but I mean, why do this? You're really rolling the dice here. You must feel pretty comfortable either in your assessment or how people in Philadelphia would feel. In other words, if the Bears lose and then you lose, that's not good.
No, that would be a bad look.
Yeah,
we'd
have to go to the Super Bowl at least to make up for it then.
I feel like after a year after the Super Bowl, there's always grace given.
There won't be if you make that decision.
I mean, if they come out and lay an egg, then everyone will be like, "What were we thinking?"
Well, I just think you're discounting. I'm surprised the home field advantage that you have in Philadelphia. It's enormous. I don't think it's overrated at all.
I agree with you. I think this team has been banged up over the course of the season. So, like a Lane Johnson, I don't think the offense is going to suddenly start clicking in the final week of the season. I do think you kind of should rest them, go back to the drawing board, because I believe in that locker room, they think they can win this game. They know they can win this game because they know what the Commanders are about, and they know they have their number. Beat them this year, got into a fight, you beat them in the NFC Championship.
I know that, but that's not with the second team. And the other thing is, suppose Tanner McKee suddenly makes the offense look tremendous. Oh, my God.
I mean, we'll be
talking about
that'll be their own undoing if that's the case.
God,
but
yes.
But it'll never happen. He'll never get Jalen will never get benched. The whole thing.
So how about if we have a pizza bet on this? You say they beat them and they cover the spread.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, all right. Come on, Quinn. Come on.
I hope that line moves to 3.
I would say if it were an ordinary game, I would agree. But I think these guys are pretty roused up. And the Eagles.
I mean, they're playing Josh Johnson, though.
I realize.
That's the quarterback.
But, I mean, I'm talking emotionally. The Eagles can be defended. I know why they went for the 2 points. It was the analysis to say to do it. They shouldn't be bent out. They weren't showing them up or anything. But tell that to football players. I don't know how they think.
Yeah. I just don't think that Josh Johnson is going to be able to move the ball against this Eagles defense at all.
Okay.
That's what it's going to come down to.
Is the defense not playing starters?
I
know that
probably.
seems to be a little. I'm not sure about that.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm sure they'll get maybe the first quarter series,
okay.
But then it's you're going to let the Keely Ringos of the world,
Oh
get
man,
their
that's
shine.
a couple touchdowns right there.
I don't think so. Not with Josh Johnson, the quarterback.
Can I get but against Keely Ringo? What a matchup made in hell. Which side do I go with? Okay, more calls coming up. 855-839-1210. Hey, are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health because Rescue Natural Supplements, they've been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years. They use high-quality, research-backed ingredients your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating you with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements. Use that code NEWYEAR40, New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, Oracine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com. Use that code New Year, Y-E-A-R, New Year 40. Now's the time to take that smart step toward feeling your best. 40% off any 4 bottles of premium Rescue supplements, res-q.com. Use that code New Year 40, New Year 40 at checkout. Don't wait. Make this the year you prioritize your wellness with Rescue.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Mike Opelka, not busy enough over the holidays. Guy's doing 3 shows a day and 4 on Sundays, I think.
Seriously.
Just sent me a picture of this Italian tennis star where the racket goes through. The timing is so good, it frames her face as the all-time photo that he sees. So everybody has one that is just something magical. And maybe the photographer, given, cameras now, took 50 shots, and this one just captured that nanosecond of it. 855-839-1210. That's the one that you get in with. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. Good to talk to you guys today. You know, Dom, it makes sense that there was no end in Learning Center because there is no end to the corruption that the Democrats did at the state and federal level. And I have to sort of cop to getting a little wrong on a prediction. I predicted that the Dow Jones would be 50,000 by the end of the year.
Wow!
But it's only at 48,240. And I would submit that's because of the resistance he's gotten from the Democrats over the last year. I think that things would be a little better if they were more concerned with the welfare of the country than the welfare of their stupid party.
Now, I look at the S&P more for my own 401k and all that. That's the telling thing, and it's been 17% it went up this year.
Right. And it's going to get better going into next year because of all the manufacturing that's being built. But I don't want to spend a lot of time on that on New Year's Eve. And Happy New Year's to you and your crew, and to Henry, and to Kirk, and to Sean, and to everybody, and to the listeners. I hope it's a prosperous, excellent New Year for everybody. My side answer to the question, and I heard you, Dom, because I was thinking of something historical, but I came up with something that's a little more recent. It might not be overly historic, but it sure was funny as hell. And that was the CEO and his squeeze getting cold busted at the Coldplay concert. And I would submit that if they hadn't have shrunk and hid, nobody would have ever known. The only reason that photo became popular was because they said, "Oh my God," and they turned around and hid. And that's it for today. And I really hope you guys.
And one other thing, Robert, am I right? She was the HR person. Oh man.
And who should know better than the HR person? Could you see Toby going out on a date with somebody?
Oh my gosh! Yes.
You guys have a great day,
Robert.
Dom.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I think the HR part, because everybody has HR. We have a great one here, but HR could be problematic. What's she thinking going off with this guy? Oh, man. That's right. That's a great
the
photo.
freak out. Just
so far,
cool.
that one and yours with the meme of the guy looking at the girl and the girlfriend picking up on that, and usually it's conservatives doing that with some Democrat meme, is a very good one. All right, so no prize today, no prize tomorrow or Friday, but Monday, I think we're sure we'll be back in business with that, but it's the fun of it. And we'll say who we liked at the end and all that, but these have been great. Keep them coming. We're going to talk with our buddy Dawn Fantasia. Apparently, in the waning days of the legislature in Jersey, they're still churning out any number of things. I don't know about the sales tax and everything else, but she's got a great insight on what's going to happen next there. And just in general, she's fabulous. And we first got her because of the trash can thing with bears in Sussex County, that the bird baths had to be put up much higher. Idiots. All right. That's how we met her. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on the story of Philly sports put to music at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you tear up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my teeth hurt. I'm like, yeah.
Excellent.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 21st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Oh.
A new year is a fresh start, full of countless opportunities. But why wait for the stock market to shape your future? This year, crash-proof consumers are not waiting on the market to decide their future. Their exclusive crash-proof retirement systems are earning interest while protecting the nest egg they worked a lifetime to build. The interest you earn is credited immediately and becomes a part of your new principal, with zero risk of market losses or hidden fees. So make 2026 the year that you leave your financial worries behind and start your retirement future filled with peace of mind. And that starts with calling 1-800-722-9728 or by visiting our new website, crashproofretirement.com, to learn how you can start the new year crash-proof. And Happy New Year from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
All right, it is Dom time. The latest word spread around with this guy, Nick Shirley, is vigilante. He's a vigilante out there because he's knocking on doors and exposing all this fraud that's involved. Others calling him a citizen journalist. I think he's a kid with a great eye for how to make a story that is real and has been there for a while. Everybody acknowledges that. What made it pop? Social media. You know, when you get, at last count, I'm not sure if it's over 115 million now, but it's approaching that, the last that I saw. It could get to 125 million views, if not the 42 minutes, some of the excerpts of it. And most people know about it by now, and they're looking in their towns across America to see this stuff. And Walls, it appears, is going to have to testify about it. Bottom line is, though, we're coming past the holidays. People want people held accountable, meaning elected officials. If not, what's it all about? I mean, what's the rationale for that? Why go through all this type of stuff? And they have held up child care services. At this point, it's paused. They're not going to pay it. I want to play cut 10 here, Henry. It's short. Have you seen, I'm not saying this woman is widely known, but if you see her once, she's on the Scott Jennings show. I'm not calling it the Abby Phillips show anymore. And she is like a ghoul, this woman. And she is a driving force podcaster on the other side. Her name is Jennifer Welch. And I have to say, she gets the juices flowing for them. And I think it will continue into the midterm. I mean, because of Harry Hurley, who's worked for Trump and is a Trump fan, put it, if Trump's on the ballot, it counterbalances. If he's not on the ballot, though, it drives voters out. And she's one of the people driving them out. So tomorrow, probably going to ask for people you'd like to see in 2026 leave the country. I'm not saying force them to leave, but Jennifer Welch is a ghoul. Listen, she finally, though, I'm not saying she's going over the line saying anything actionable, but she's showing her true cards that she believes we're not the good guys, we're the bad guys. Cut 10.
And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. The gaslighting and the manipulation and the obfuscation, it just is terrifying to me that this many people, this many bad people have all consolidated together to do bad shit and nobody's stopping it. It overwhelms me, and I get sometimes in the worst mood coming to work to this job. And I think, God, why did I ever leave interior design? I get in the worst mood because it's just horrible knowing that all this human suffering is happening. And as American, you were propagandized to believe that we were the good guys. And then you start to find out, oh, fuck, we're kind of bad guys. And then with Trump, we're even worse guys.
All right. So there you go. And she's one of the principal driving forces. If you watch the Scott Jennings show, they haven't had her on in a while. She might be too virulent, I think, for even what they want. Henry, have you seen her? Jennifer Welsh?
She's just all emotion. That's why she can't be on the show, is because she doesn't have anything to back her up. She just loves misery, and people love misery nowadays, so they watch her.
I would say when she was on against Jennings, though, she didn't back down even an inch. So
no,
that's
she's
what they
so
want.
vindicative in her,
her
opinions,
And, you know, it's fine in a podcast to occasionally use an expletive, delete it, to make a point. But does it make a point if just in 48 seconds, that's what she does constantly? A lot of listeners, though.
Yeah, it's the anger.
And the bottom line for the midterms point is she's driving the ship. Mondani will be more the face of the Democrat Party. Now, he's not like Jennifer Welsh. He comes across as calm, articulate. It's just that I'm not even sure he believes some of the things that he has said are going to work. You know, that he believes deep down. Will he pull back a little bit? I'm hoping he doesn't. But he did have the master stroke. I don't remember Mikey Sherrill using the word affordability in the same way. So I don't think that's what defeated Jack Ciattarelli, her usage. Mondani, let's give him credit, spotted this, and he took a situation that I was going to ask you, Henry. I mean, you have a roommate and all that stuff, right, to afford to live in Center City or almost off Center City. Philadelphia seems possibly doable. But imagine you're doing this job and you're in a New York radio station and you're trying to live in Manhattan.
Yeah, no
I don't think you would find, you'd probably get an apartment half the size of that studio. If that.
My roommate lives in, or not my roommate, my friend lives in Jersey City. He works in Manhattan, but he lives in Jersey City, and his rent by itself is almost, 2.5 times what I pay.
Yeah.
So this job in Manhattan, forget it. I'm going to be on the streets.
So does he think, is he in the crowd that thinks that most people ought to be able to afford to live by New York? I mean, I'm not there, but I take it a lot of them mean somewhat, not just the outer boroughs like Staten Island or out in Queens. They mean somewhat in the ring of Manhattan, Brooklyn.
There, yes.
Well, that's crazy talk, that you're going to be able to afford to do that. And it's all the time that I have living memory just going there. I'm on my guard every second when I've had to go up there and do radio. No, I'm not buying anything because it's ridiculous. Forever. They were the first ones, and this is like 25 years ago or more, with like $10 movie tickets, maybe 30 years ago. Think about that. I mean, it's
it is
ludicrous. So do they have expectation? Mondani is promising them they are going to be able to live in New York. The rent alone is going to be brutal. And I know about rent control and I know all that stuff, but still, what is he going to do that's going to bring that under control enough where someone working a middle-class job, younger, working their way up, is going to be able to live in New York? And how about Jersey City? That's got to be pricey too.
It is, and it's getting nicer. At least you could say that much.
More than Philadelphia?
No.
Okay. All right. So it's 855. So if your expectation is you want to live in Philadelphia, probably doable with all kinds of.
It can be. You find the nice spot. It can be.
Yeah, but New York, Manhattan. I mean, my God, it just. I think you got to be making a family. I don't even know in Manhattan. I'm a little bit fuzzy on it. Are there even any houses in Manhattan? Very few, I would think.
Yeah, I would think not a lot.
You're going to be living in an apartment, first of all, if you're in New York. If you're okay with that, okay.
Yeah, some sort of like you feel like you're in a house when you're in the apartment. It's not like a studio.
Right. Okay. This is going to be the thing. But he's the guy that really won all this by promising affordability. And the challenge on the Republican side is to show people, A, you're paying attention, acknowledging it, and then provide some degree of programs that are cutting down. I always go back to grocery store bills. Look, every guy we get on from the Republican Party, I get annoyed. They immediately start talking about gas prices down. True, I'm in agreement. But then the conversation stops. What else do you have? And they start, like a Hannity show, repeating themselves. I don't think I wouldn't do that if I were them. Maybe they don't have anything else. They got to give us the path toward grocery store prices, the housing issue, and then looming out there is healthcare. Now, are they responsible for this? No. New York is pricey. It's always been pricey. A lot of it is due to overregulation. It's when we've had stories in New York, some of these I remember. Remember the guy that the police had to subdue and he got crushed underneath? What was he doing? Selling loosies, selling loose cigarettes. Because of the cost of a pack of cigarettes, let alone, can you look it up, Em? What's a carton of cigarettes? Just, I don't smoke, so I don't even have a ballpark. I guess it'd be like $40 a carton of cigarettes.
Carton. A whole carton?
Yeah, a whole carton.
It says between 60 to 100.
Oh, my God.
When I worked at Wawa, it was usually around 80.
80? Wow. In New York or here?
In New Jersey.
In Jersey, okay. Yeah, I mean, who's going to afford that? So if you're smoking a pack a day and you're doing that each week, you could be spending $4,000 or so just on cigarettes. Should cigarettes cost that much? No. But when you put in all the taxation, all the regulation, all the stuff that goes with it, and and it is an addictive substance, so they're going to make you pay more. And what's Mandami going to do about that? I haven't heard him say he's going to do anything on that.
Well, that's the thing. I think his real fight is with the state government and then the federal government. Because I don't think he can do any of the things he actually wants to do.
Right. Yeah.
Immediately. When he gets sworn in at midnight, he automatically is going to become the most hated man in the face of the earth.
You think so?
That's what happens when you're the mayor of New York. You have all this hope and promise. And then you get in office and you go, this guy's a complete scrub.
Yeah. I think he's got a little leeway because he's made this exciting. He's told people it's different. And socialism is exciting for a while. It's not the random,
I do give him credit for that because he did find his voice in saying, hey, here's an issue. I'm here to solve it. Here's my way to solve it.
But he has specific things. Now, is he going to do that?
Politicians don't do that,
Exactly. And throw some anti-Semitism in there, and he's off and running. Yeah, I'm going to be watching this night. We'll talk about it tomorrow. And doing it at midnight is a masterstroke. I mean, this guy gets it, presentation on this. Having Bernie Sanders swear him in, I think AOC would be a better swearer in. You don't see it that way?
No, I don't.
I think AOC's got a lot of pluses. Really.
I think she does too. I'm not sure if I would do it for this.
Oh, for the swearing in.
Yeah, I think Bernie might be the better way to go.
Yeah, it's giving homage to what he's done, what he was up to. The argument, it would have been interesting in 2016, him against Trump rather than Hillary. It would have been. But both were saying they were going to fix things. I think Bernie would have had trouble. Hillary, we knew, had trouble personality-wise. But can AOC be their nominee? Yes. If I had to bet now who would be their nominee, he may have a glass jaw. I don't know yet. But Newsom looks the part. He's got some traction going on. And Josh Shapiro always is a threat. So I don't see somebody coming outside of any of this stuff. Will AOC run for president? I still think unlikely. What is she, about 30? No, she'd have to be 35. She's about 35, 36.
Yeah, she's in that ballpark.
Yeah. She might run for the Senate first. All right, let's go to Richard in Cincinnati, Ohio. Hey, Richard, welcome in.
Greetings. Happy New Year to you all.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Nice and healthy one. My iconic picture is from Apollo 8 when they first time they orbited the moon and they came up and they saw the Earthrise. And it was right around Christmas in '68, and Frank Borman, the astronaut, read the first couple verses of Genesis. It was quite an amazing picture.
I remember that. It was very good. Happy New Year, Richard. I see one on here, a sports one that is an all-timer. Oh, my God. Maybe not to, I think, well, I would still say today's pro football is more brutal than back in the day, even though back in the day, guys played, they got hit in the head, they just went back out there.
Mm-hmm.
The size and speed of moving at that are like you just can't. Back in the day.
Oh, back in the day, you could do it fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Now with
250-pound guy
the weight
was
programs that
yeah,
everyone's
yeah.
on.
Oh,
Yeah.
God,
oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Oh, yeah. Okay, more calls coming up on that. No Dom's Money Melody. That will start up again next week. But we're not doing it, but we have a great sponsor around it. And that's the important thing because I love these guys. Tom Metzger, Navy League Philly. These are a group you want to join up with. They do great work in schools, and they put on a hell of a party like the Army-Navy game. NavyLeaguePhilly.org, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. You probably have heard some of the vignettes of people I interviewed at their big event. One guy was in Somalia, right around the time of Black Hawk Down, and he was the long snapper in an Army-Navy game. Always intrigued by long snappers. They have a long career, usually, but a dangerous job. Because when they snap, the idea is, all right, just hit him the instant he's,
Could you name the Eagles long snapper?
The Magic guy.
That was 3 long snappers
I know.
ago.
It was long snappers.
So is John Dorenbos.
Yeah, Dorenbos. And I had him at an event, but we did not have the opportunity to have him snap a ball inside a mailbox that he did on NBC 10.
Oh,
that's
man.
how accurate he was.
Yeah,
They opened the mailbox.
That's great. Yeah, they can open like a bottle of water, like a plastic water bottle. They can slide the ball right by there and twist the cap off. That's how accurate they got to be with that.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's a spot. How they do that is particularly with a guy looming right over your head and neck.
Well, they can't touch it. You can look at them and be like, you can't touch me.
Oh, yeah.
You can't say it. You can't touch me right now. Or it's going to be leverage or encroachment or something.
I know, but once the ball snapped, I mean, that's what the penalty. Next time you might be flinching a little bit, All right, Henry still got that bet. First bet of the year, too, bleeding in. I'm going to be looking at that around 7 o'clock on Sunday.
Is this the first bet or the last bet of the year?
Oh, might be the last bet.
Now.
What was the other bet?
I'm just saying, I get the Eagles game is technically next year, but
that's
we're
right.
Making the bet
yeah,
today.
but we're making it's the time of the bet is the last bet of the year, not when the bet actually happens.
All right.
Yeah, like I have a bet against Luke that Tiger Woods will not surpass Jack Nicklaus in number of majors.
I tend to agree with you on that.
Well, now that Tiger's, but he's still playing, sort of, and he's still alive. So there's always the pot. Luke says, well, it's not over yet. Yeah. I'm going to win that one. I'm telling you, I got nervous when he came back and won the 15th, but.
Yeah, well, now he can't even walk 18.
But the guy is just, you get him at the Masters, and these other guys choke. 12th hole, I was watching it yesterday. He's going to hit the ball on the green, but away from the pin. They're going to hit it in the water, under the cut.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Okay. Hit us with that all-time photo. Dawn Fantasia will be with us at 2:30 to go back over the year. We've had some great times with her. And again, next week, we'll be back in prize mode. Tomorrow, I'll be thinking of who you want to lead the country. And I see 2 of them on the line. I got to give an homage on Friday's show to Drew and Xenos, all-time Greeks, something associated with Greece. I hear Kimberly Guilfoyle there's partying pretty hardy there in Greece as the ambassador. Oh, yeah. Google that. You'll see that.
Oh, boy.
I don't think they're throwing her out of the country, but,
she's wearing out her welcome.
I don't know how much ambassadorship is going on there, ambassador to Greece. That might be a great side. What country would you want to be the ambassador to or not?
Oh.
I mean, if they're sending you to, let me think, Somalia might not be a good ambassadorship. might not be a place that you want to go.
Can't imagine that embassy standing
No,
up.
no, the embassy. Do they have air conditioning even? 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, the corrections, Henry, are rolling in. Mike Opelka, quarterbacking from the upper deck, says Letitia James is the one doing the swearing in tonight, right? And
that is what he's telling me, yes.
Yeah, and Bernie's the key speaker, and then remarks from AOC.
Yeah, so they got the whole crowd.
Yeah. Guy Shiraki says to us, his daughter, $3,100 in the East Village, and it's 575 square feet. Do you think that studio is half of that? Maybe more than?
That is tiny.
Yeah.
Because I've got, what do I have? 1,100 in mine, and I'm not,
Right.
I pay
what would you say
that.
the studio is square footage? It's
800 and under.
That studio is 800.
Yeah.
Wow, it's smaller than the studio?
Oh, you mean this? Are you talking about studio apartment or this?
This studio. Yeah.
No, it can't be more than 500.
Wow.
Yeah, that's.
Oh man. She's living in the
I
producer's
wouldn't even
lounge.
say that much. Yeah, I'd say
But
maybe 3.
it is a lounge area for producers, with all the stuff you guys have in there. It's been put up.
Oh, yeah, all the dust and
all the
dust
leftover stuff that people just leave in there.
The 50 mugs, yeah. I love this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and the story hasn't changed. The number 1 and 2 states that people are fleeing, meaning they're leaving as we turn the page in the new year, New Jersey and New York. And New York, at least according to this one story, is catching up on people fleeing New York. And we go through this every year. I'll get into it more tomorrow. Why is it if people are fleeing New Jersey, and we know the reasons they're fleeing, they still vote almost all the time for a liberal Democrat or progressive Democrat? And we've been through this. New Jersey has a huge sense of place. Just like where I grew up, South Philly. It's a sense of place. It's not flyover country. It's the culture, the taste, the music, the language, Jerseyese. I was going to ask it tomorrow, but just give me a head start. What is the most Jersey expression, would you say? We have to work on it. I'm not sure myself. Talking about what exit you're near, I guess. South Philly, is it yo? No, I think it might be yous. It's got all that. People want to be there. They grew up. It's in their blood. So it takes a lot to make them flee. But apparently, it doesn't matter because the ones that are left are continuing to put into office, and I'll ask Dawn Fantasia that, who is Jersey through and through. They continue to vote for Democrats, liberals, very liberal, or progressives, and they get more of the results. All right, let's go to Bill in Bucks County on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, welcome in.
Well, thank you, and Happy New Year, Dom, to you and all the folks there at PHT.
Oh, thank you, Bill, very much.
Yes, a little bit early.
Wish a Happy New Year to Brian Fitzpatrick for me, please. And tell him
he sent me a Christmas card.
Well, that's very nice. We just would like to get him back on because, you know me, I'll be jumping up and down with him. I just want people to hear how he's lost his mind on the health care bill. I get his instincts, Bill. But what is it? $250,000 you're going to be making, and we're going to pay for it. That's ridiculous.
I know. You're not going to be throwing hardballs at him, are you?
No, not at all. No spitballs, whatever. No, you can throw them back at me. I can take it. I just want to hear him again.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll talk to Kyle and see what they say.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Whatever. Oh, my side question answer is it's a rock and roll group, and the picture was taken over abroad in England, and it had a lot of subliminal messages attached to it. And most people know about it to some degree. It's the Beatles and the walk across Abbey Road.
Yeah, that is a great picture. And I think Henry's come around or always agreed with me that the Stones are superior, right?
No. I mean, they're a very good band, but
they're not a better band. They haven't made better music than Sean. I'm kind of surprised at you. Wow.
So it's like with the Beach Boys and the Rolling Stones and the Beatles, it's like the Beatles were the most consistently fantastic out of them. Mm-hmm. The Stones and the Beach Boys, they have some incredible highs, but they also have some very low lows.
I'm talking about gravitas, though. The songs of the Stones, the Beatles, it's just they influence culture more. And the Stones are not going to have a whole station playing their music. That's true. And the Beatles do. But are they, anything? The Stones are rock and roll, the face of rock and roll.
I can agree with you on that more.
Yeah, that's what
the Stones are more rock and roll with the, obviously the logo being like the tongue sticking out.
Yeah,
and, Mick Jagger's got the whole persona. I get that.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the Beatles are far superior.
You can make an argument about Led Zeppelin or the Who as well, taking that front.
I think they're superior bands too. Over the Beatles.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now you're really getting into it.
Yeah. I as far as just what I see as the gravitas of it, the Beatles I see as the first, and they hit something culturally, and I despise couple of them.
Okay.
Yoko Ono and John Lennon.
That's fair.
Yeah. So the Yoko Ono thing just overwhelms almost every rational thought. I apologize. I mean, could you see Keith Richards putting up with Yoko Ono.
I mean, they would have gotten along with the heroin fairly well.
Nice insight by you. I'll have to check on that. I'm surprised, Sean. I thought you'd be more in the rock camp. The Beatles seem to be trivial to me in the music sense.
I think that any one Beatles album is like a stronger album than, say, any Rolling Stones album.
Yeah, agreed. While the Stones might have the best song between those albums.
Okay,
it's just the whole, the whole
I could agree with you on that.
is,
Yeah, if we did the top 10 songs, and you guys probably know more of them, I'd have to think about it in advance with the Stones versus the Beatles. I think I could make a case then. Are you on tomorrow,
Song
Sean?
for song,
to
for
be
sure.
continued. Are you on New Year's tomorrow?
Not tomorrow.
Next time you're on.
Next time
you're on. Let's mark that one down. Okay. I'm surprised at Henry on that. I thought he'd go the other way. All right. I'm underestimating the Beatles. But Dawn Fantasia is on the on-deck circle. She's a personal connoisseur of Bruce Springsteen. Not. Representative Dawn Fantasia will join us. We first met her when these people in Newark were writing laws telling Sussex County about bird feeders had to be up 10 feet high because of the bears. And it's been fabulous. She's got a lot to report about Jersey, but I'll ask her best theory. Here, Jersey again this year is number one. New York's closing, though, on the van lines, the movers of the state that people are fleeing. And yet, does it make an impact? No. Why? How many people have to flee before they change policies? Phone lines, 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Weather sponsored by Special Olympics PA.
Still windy into the early evening. Overnight low 25. Wednesday 33, mostly cloudy. On New Year's Day, high 31 and partly cloudy. Friday 34, more sunshine on Sunday.
The 2026 Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Come chill at Citizens Bank Park on February 21st to make a splash and support Special Olympics Philadelphia athletes at the same time. Visit phillyplunge.org to learn more and sign up today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom time, Dom Giordano show, and one of our great regrets, and she laid it out, what this campaign of Mikey Sherrill was about, second to none. I was hoping Jack Cettarelli would win for all the universal reasons, but I was hoping, given her great background in education, Dawn Fantasia would be the Secretary of Education, whatever they call it in Jersey, and that would be unbelievable what would happen. But we have her to ourselves, except when they're going through 200 progressive bills, it seems like, in a day in Trenton this last week. Let's go to Dawn here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dawn, Happy New Year. Thanks for a great year talking with you.
Oh, Happy New Year. You made my day having me on today to finish out the year like this. But before we start, I got to tell you, if you need help justifying the Rolling Stones, I am on Team Charlie Watts with you. I am with you. The Stones, by far superior. I mean, I could write a dissertation, so I have your back.
All right, Henry and Sean in there, they're both getting their pocket guide out to the Beatles. Yeah, I don't get it.
Me neither.
All right. So, Dawn, again, we see the annual story. New York is closing on you guys in Jersey, but Jersey is still the leader. Headline of people fleeing the state. Every year at this time we do this. And again, what is the secret sauce that has to be done? People flee, but I know why you would live in Jersey, just like me with South Philly. It's a sense of place second to none. What breaks through all that?
You know, I wish I knew the answer to that. We always say we don't think it could get worse, and then somehow it does, right? So people ask me what this legislative session was like, and I guess my honest answer would be it was 100% driven by ideology, not reality at all. So again, this year, Dems had the full control of the legislature, had the governorship, and still managed to trip all over themselves. So we saw process abuse, they rushed bills, and all these manufactured crises of their own doing, like this, what just happened this last round with Nick Scutari's bill that hit the wall, instead of solving real problems. So they moved all of their major legislation, and they never wanted debate. They did these late night, shut-ins of amendments and asking for more money, and they have the one good thing that came out of this session is the public started to wake up at just how little respect the majority has for public testimony. So I think the biggest miss also was fiscal discipline. So we're still staring down a multi-billion-dollar structural deficit, but the Democrats continue to greenlight vanity projects, entitlements, and they spend like we still have that federal COVID money and as if it didn't end, and it did. So it's really awe-inspiring, honestly. The endless ability to gaslight and make needs seem like wants. So, to answer your question, I don't know what it would take because they're so good at taking other people's money and giving it to those who really refuse at times to even work or contribute. Very frustrating.
Yeah. So, Dawn, since we've been trying to talk, when Mikey Sherrill, who you dissected better than even Jack, in my view, and he did a great job, the Attorney General, in her presentation when she got nominated, said affordability is going to be top line for her. It's the Attorney General. What does she have to do? Does that mean price control, suing corporations? What does that mean?
To me, nothing could be more ludicrous than saying that, because in the next breath, if you recall, she said, and taking on Trump. So they beat the drum to one note. And that note is Trump's bad. Everything is Trump's fault. And we have wasted millions upon millions and millions of dollars under Attorney General Matthew Platkin, challenging laws, directives, things that were nowhere near constitutional. And she has then committed to do the same. Now, if you recall, Mikey Sherrill also blatantly, falsely ran on the, on the idea of affordability. And her first action that took money from the taxpayers' pockets was a random request for that extra $250,000 for her transition. And, so now we have the $1 million team coming, an inauguration that's being held in Newark in a sports arena as if this is a celebrity event and not a function of legislation. So I running on affordability, anybody who bought that story it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is. So her prediction then, she's going to do what in the opening days? How does she legally freeze electric rates, and what does she do? Just declare a crisis?
Well, she doesn't, first of all, because we've all said that would be challenged in a heartbeat. That's unconstitutional. So as the governor-elect steps in, Democrats are going to have to reset their leadership priorities to some degree. But here's the joke. The agenda isn't a moderate one. It accelerates what's already here. We already know she's hardly the paragon of fiscal discipline, right? And the Democrats consistently say, it's time for belt tightening. There's going to be a massive budget shortfall. Yet we know that. And they only continue to exacerbate the situation. So I would fully expect under her administration more centralized control from Trenton, more mandates on schools, more mandates on towns, and fewer choices for families. And they'll package it as, another version of that stronger and fairer New Jersey that Governor Murphy would always wax poetic about. But it's really about control, and who foots the bill? New Jersey families. And we have something really big on deck, by the way. Over the next week, keep your eyes out for the Climate Superfund Act to come before us. So that's a bill that's being sold as making corporations pay, but in reality, it's a backdoor way to tax New Jersey residents because businesses aren't going to absorb those costs. They're going to pass them on. So we will only see higher electric bills, higher prices, higher housing costs, and they have the audacity to think they can make that bill retroactive.
Wow.
And make all of these large corporations pay a back tax that was never even passed. So you talked about saving money. The attorney general better be very comfortable in court because that's exactly where she's going to be nonstop.
Now, Dawn, we were following you. I was following you on Twitter, et cetera, and all the stuff back and forth with all these bills. The 7% sales tax without having her fingerprints on it, is that still possible they can do that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you notice when that broke, and again, we heard from sources that were on the Democrat side. I heard from the Senate side. We have sources in the Assembly side. The press were contacted. The mainstream media was contacted. Politico was contacted by the same people who told us. And yet there was still crickets. All we got was some campaign spokesmodel from her campaign, a carryover, that said, oh, no, she said during the campaign, she's not for that. That's the whole point. The point is to get it passed now so she does not have to bear the stain of that, right? So how it works is we have committees. I actually am called for 2 committees Monday. There could be committees Thursday. Then we have our final voting session on Monday, January 12th, because we all get sworn in again on the 13th of January. So the 12th is going to be one heck of a day. It's going to be a very, very long day, and they are going to try to jam through the most ludicrous things that she doesn't want to bear the stain of that Murphy is willing to sign. So it's going to be a very, very ulcer-inducing week for the GOP. Let's put it that way. And you're going to learn an awful lot about who's sitting in those seats when you see what's being pushed through.
The upside for her, Dawn, now you guys like Matt Rooney and Rich and you see this, you live in Jersey. From afar, I didn't get the juices flowing with her. I'm working on it because she's so tepid to me. Does she have the annoyance factor that Phil Murphy does? I would put him up there in the most annoying figures of the last 8 years. He's right up there.
You know what? To be honest, she definitely is quieter. a bit more tepid. That's why I was so surprised at her, behaviors on the campaign trail, but campaigning is campaigning. But she definitely is more tepid, but it's no surprise to anybody. This is just a placeholder. It's a foot in the door so that she can propel herself onto the national stage. I mean, they're running her inauguration here, literally like, the Messiah is returning to earth. It's a little showy, it's a little ridiculous, and it's held at a place that could attract a national-style audience. So all this is a setup, in many of our opinions, for her next step, which would be to run for federal office. So, New Jersey was a placeholder. It's such a shame, and I apologize to the 1.4 million voters that voted for Jack Ciattarelli. Most votes ever received by a Republican gubernatorial candidate in the history of New Jersey. But we are the ones literally that are dying a slow death here.
Absolutely. Have you talked to Jack, Dawn? We talked to Harry Hurley today, who's a friend, and conveyed that up close, in my judgment, you guys are the pros. I just observe and got an eye for it and all that, and I was around him so many times and all. Ran a hell of a campaign. I can't point to anything to go back. I know people say joust on the affordability stuff and all. The media was in the tank. Have you talked with him, and how's he doing?
I have, and again, knowing him on a personal level, he would have been one hell of a governor for the state of New Jersey. I mean, he was brilliant. He is brilliant. He's principled. He had plans. Things were laid out to hit the ground running, certainly without asking for an extra $250,000 for some nonsense. I think this was the miss for the state of New Jersey, that we're going to feel the aftershocks of that. He's doing great personally. I'm interested to see what his next professional steps will be. But again, I've known the man for over 10 years. He's like family to me. And boy, did New Jersey lose out.
Absolutely. And, without agitating too much, I just saw you as the education commissioner and said, oh, man, this is going to be great talk radio. Around the clock, things are going to be flying there.
Well, there's a million paths, right? And there's more than one way to skin a cat. So we hope that we can take care of, some of our goals and whatnot. And it might be the long road, but we'll get there.
Absolutely. Dawn, where do people find you?
You can find me on X at DawnFantasia_NJ, and then on Facebook, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
Dawn, Happy New Year. Thank you meaningfully. Ever since that first funny thing that we had you on, it's been quite a trip.
Thank you, Dom. I hope you have a great New Year.
Thank you. Dawn Fantasia here on Talk Radio 1210. The lightning round, no prize today, but we see some good ones for the fun of it. Hit us with that all-time photo. This coming off the AP Photos of the Year, which it's only 1 year they had to work with. I didn't see much there. We had some great ones. 855-839-1210.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, what a year it's been on the side question. Last one of the year, Dom Giordano Show. You know, and in this job, you have to deal with stuff in a nanosecond. Some mystery guest is called Sean up here. And after conferring with Henry, I'm not supposed to know who it is. Let's see if we can identify it by voice or manner. Mystery guest, please sign in.
Hi, Dom. I just want to wish you and Henry and Sean and all your listeners a very happy new year. I love you.
Wait a minute, Henry, is that a former girlfriend of mine that you put on?
Who's to say?
Yeah.
It's a real mystery.
Wait a minute, you got the magic. Dan in years couldn't get it. That was, of course, Ro.
We're hoping we'll see if he could get it. Yeah.
How did she do it on her own?
Oh yeah, she texted me just a few minutes ago. I was like, yeah, please call in.
All right, that makes the official end of this year great. I don't think I can take another call. I got to let that simmer a little bit. Is that a great voice or what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Henry. Thanks for facilitating that.
Thank you, Ro. Thank you for reaching out.
Yeah, I'm glad she's hooked up with you now too. Dan could not get her to come on before live. We had tape stuff, so. This man is the rising star of the year, all the way back to Memorial Day. I remember that first call. Yet, he still has not appeared at one of our events. We don't know what he looks like. Is he really Greek? Let's go to Zenos in Upper Darby. Zenos, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Dom. And I finally heard the elusive Ro. That was great.
Yes.
That was great. I was wondering. So my question is, with Robert, he is right. There's no end to their stupidity. And as far as music is, I have to go along with you with the Rolling Stones and Led Zeppelin. And here's the other thing: us Greeks during New Year's, the older ones would play cards for good luck.
Oh man, I'd hate to get into one of those card games.
Oh
wow.
Man, Greeks are notorious gamblers. A lot of them, believe me. They're gamble fools, and some averages were lost in Canada, but that's what they do. And Dom, my picture, the side question is, I'm very patriotic. You know that is the Apollo, the flag on the moon, by itself standing there, and the other picture is when you see the footprints. I think they have a picture of that when the ship is blasting off.
Gotcha. Thank you, Zenos. Again, Happy New Year. Another all-star year. The man, there's nothing like this. He's the only one people say, that guy's an actor. Joe of Exton. Happy New Year, Joe.
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon. And I would like to wish you, your producers, and the cast of callers a blessed New Year 2026.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
On the cover of Time magazine, I would like to see the photo of Pope Leo XIV at the papal balcony, blessing and waving to the crowd below. Leo XIV represents a continuation in the shift of theological leadership from Western Europe to the Western Hemisphere in the person of an American and his predecessor, an Argentinian.
Well put. Thank you, Joe of Exton. By the way, I think we agree, not that we did it scientifically. I don't know about the word of the year, but the phrase of the year, or 2 words, Byzantine Empire.
Yeah.
I want to see any talk radio station in America have the Byzantine Empire uttered there.
Yeah,
I want to see that call.
On your
yes.
side question answers, are they bringing up the Byzantine Empire? I don't think so.
No. And we learned more, and I thought we knew a lot about him. Drew of Upper Darby, half Greek. Hey, Drew, what's the other side? The half Greek, and what's the other side?
Yeah, you name it. Irish, French, German,
okay.
A lot of stuff. I don't even really know, but Dom, I'll be quick. The radar site that I was stationed at in Turkey, when you went to the local town, you could buy like Byzantine coins and coins from every civilization that passed through this area in southeastern Turkey. So it was fascinating. So when I hear Byzantine Empire, that's what I think about. But hey, Dom, my side answer, this might be one of the all-time icon sports photographs in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles, let alone Philadelphia. That's when Chuck Bednarik is standing over Frank Gifford after he laid him out, man, on the field.
Exactly, and they claim he wasn't pointing at him like, "Yeah, take that." I think he was.
Absolutely. Those two getting together, him and
Chuck
Frank Gifford,
Bednarik,
boom.
Once called in, there was something. I never saw him in person, but back in the day, my God, the guy.
All right,
Sean.
Concrete Charlie. I mean, it doesn't
exactly.
get tougher than that.
Who did you like, Sean? Which one today?
I thought Abbey Road was a really good one. Like, it's one of the first albums I could recognize as a kid.
And it led to the whole Beatles thing and all that. Henry, how about you?
Yeah, I have to second the Abbey Road there because I feel like it is a photo that is rung through time and is also famously recreated every time tourists go to Abbey Road. They're like, oh, let's get 4 people and let's walk across here. So that I like the Apollo 8 mission photo. I also liked Robert Ahmed Salem with the Coldplay getting caught.
I love the Coldplay, but I think the winner today, if we had a contest, was yours about the social media meme.
Thank you.
I love that meme. It works every time with me. All right, thanks, everyone. We'll do it all again tomorrow, and Henry will be at the parade. Mm-hmm. And Linda says, you're anti-mummers? You just said anti-parade.
Just anti-parade.
Yeah, I'll get into the whole thing tomorrow, and Linda Kearns is going to lose again on this whole mummers thing. I'm sure she'll be calling in. Thanks to Henry for processing the roll call. I think it was 11 seconds, an all-time record. Henry, Sean, great producing this year. Thank you guys very much. I think Mary Walter is next here sitting in. Who is?
Lou Pate.
Oh, Lou Pate is sitting in today. All right, Lou, have a good show. 4 hours coming up. Talk Radio 1210.
My name is Whitney Allen.